Welcome back, everyone. This is your host, the DN WhatIf, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the movie of What If Deku Didn't Want to Be Like All Might? A special shout out to the original creator, Khizeta. This is the permission statement by the author in written. Please make sure to show your support by checking out their work from the description. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya stood still frozen where the number one hero had left him. His face was wet with tears that would not stop falling. He felt them run down his face, scorching hot against his wind-chilled cheeks, and drip from his downturned chin. They made a growing pattern of dark gray raindrop-like splotches against the rooftop. He couldn't see them. He couldn't see anything but smudged gray fading into blurry sky blue through tear-filled eyes. Each blink let loose a fresh waterfall of salty tears that kept the world soft and blurry to his unseeing eyes. Eventually, what could be minutes or hours later, Izuku had no sense of how long he'd stood paralyzed in the place where his dreams had been shattered by his idol. The world faded back into focus. Izuku found himself staring at the spot where All Might had stood. It was nothing but an empty space in front of the railing at the edge of an entirely ordinary and unremarkable building in Mizudafu. There was no sign that the number one hero had ever stood there. That suddenly seemed so very wrong to Izuku. How could the most important hero know the most important person in the entire world have been right there and leave no trace behind? Izuku's feet started moving. He shuffled slowly over to the railing, clunky red shoes barely lifting from the rooftop with each step. By the time his hesitant steps carried him over to that empty space on the edge of the roof, his tears had finally tapered off. He was left with stinging eyes and a pulsating emptiness in his chest. There was nothing there. No scuff marks or footprints or remnants of coughed-up blood marked the spot where All Might revealed an enormous secret and then destroyed every plan and expectation Izuku had for his future. His future, for the first time in his life, Izuku had no idea what his future could look like. He tried to picture himself doing anything other than saving people with a smile like a hero like his hero, but came up blank. An office worker, or a cashier, or a waiter, or any other mundane job taking up space and doing nothing for the greater good, just existing. The very idea of that life of being meaningless, of being useless, of being worthless, pathetic, Deku for the rest of his life. Izuku didn't think he could ever be okay with that. When All Might had suggested other ways of helping people, Izuku had to suppress in immediate denial. He supposed it wasn't the hero's fault for not knowing. All Might had no reason to research application requirements for police academies and medical schools. Izuku had. Contrary to his classmates and teachers' beliefs, Izuku wasn't completely naive. He had looked into other careers besides heroism. Unfortunately, every form of higher education Izuku could find a sample application for online had a section that required information on a person's quirk. Some only required the name of the quirk, others wanted details and practical applications of the quirk, but not a single one of the dozens of universities and trade schools he'd researched had a way to put in quirkless instead of filling out the required quirk sections of the application. He literally could not even apply for a higher education without a quirk on his paperwork. It was such a widespread problem. He suspected it was intentional. That's why UA was Izuku's best chance at a future that he could be happy in. UA was a hero high school that publicly announced that quirkless people were allowed to apply even to their hero course. The only other option was a dead-end job as something unimportant, unable to help anyone, not even himself. All Might couldn't have known all of that, though, Izuku reassured himself. After all Might had never been quirkless, so he surely wasn't aware of the discrimination and hardship that quirkless people faced in every aspect of their lives. If he knew, Izuku was sure that All Might would do something to help. After all Might saves everyone, even a quirkless Deku like him. Izuku took a deep breath in, held it for a moment, then let it go in a tremulous whoosh. He felt, suddenly, as if the weight of all the negativity in his life came crashing down on him all at once. Every pitying look and disgusted sneer, every whispered, quirkless freak, and shouted, worthless Deku, Every time he was shoved in the hallways of school and on the playground as a child, every time another kid had used their quirk to taunt and torment and hurt him, and every time an adult had seen it and just turned away from his pain. All of those things he could ignore because someday they would see. He would be a hero, and then they would understand that they were wrong, that he had value, that he wasn't worthless, that he was good. All Might said he couldn't be a hero. All Might was the #1 hero. He was the best. If he said so, it had to be true, right? Izuku took another stuttering, tremulous breath in and out. He felt so very tired. His body felt so very heavy, and the bright yellow book bag on his back full of notebooks and textbooks and pencils and papers seemed to drag him down as if it were made of solid lead. Izuku slipped the worn yellow straps from his shoulders and let the bag drop to the ground with a muted thud. A light breeze picked up and Izuku felt unbalanced. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind of self-depreciation and fear of an uncertain and unimaginable future. His trembling hands took hold of the railing in a white-knuckled grip as if the cold metal biting into his palms was the only thing holding him steady in that moment. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. Kaken's taunting voice echoed in Izuku's mind so loudly that Izuku flinched. For just a second, Izuku thought he could detect the faint sweet smell of nitroglycerin, and he instinctively braced for pain, tensing up and squeezing his eyes shut. Stupid Deku! He shook his head at himself, sniffling a little and using his sleeve to wipe away a few fresh tears as he opened his eyes again. Kaken isn't even here. Without really thinking, Izuku moved closer to the edge, leaning his weary body against the waist-high railing. His eyes mindlessly followed the patterns of traffic and pedestrians down on the street for a few moments. He leaned a little further to look at the sidewalk directly below where he stood. No pedestrians on this sidewalk, he noted absently. That's good. Izuku didn't realize what he was considering until he spoke. He shook his head violently, as if to shake away the idea. No, I can't because... Izuku was no longer sure how that sentence could end. Every time before that he had been told he should kill himself, and there had been many, whether in whispers hissed at him in the hallways at school, or spider lilies on his desk, or even once a hateful neighbor who said he was nothing but a burden on his poor mother, he had always reassured himself by thinking about his future as a hero and his mother's pain if he were gone. Now, with no acceptable future in sight, there was only his mother to think of, and the more he thought of her, the more he thought that her life without him might be better. If I was gone, Izuku's mumbling habit left him unaware that he was speaking his dark thoughts aloud. Mom would be better off. Dad would come back. I know that he still cares about her cause he calls her all the time but only late at night or when I'm at school because he doesn't want to talk to me. Izuku didn't bother trying to hold back his tears as he acknowledged something he'd been actively trying not to think about for years. I know that Dad hates me and that he left because of me, but he still loves Mom and she loves him. Mom is sad and lonely without him. If I was gone they could be happy again, together, without me. Izuku leaned forward a bit and looked down once more, letting a few tears drip off his cheeks and fall over the edge. He lost sight of the tiny drops long before they made it to the empty sidewalk below. There's no one else, he realized. He pictured the apathetic faces of his teachers and neighbors and classmates. He remembered Kaken's hate-filled glare. No one else would care if I died. I would. Izuku flinched and then whirled around to face the stranger behind him so suddenly that he nearly lost his balance. Wadash! Izuku's voice died in his throat the moment he set eyes on the stranger. Izuku was wide-eyed and gaping like a fish. In the middle of the rooftop stood a young man. He was wearing dark jeans, a light gray shirt and a jean jacket with several patches and pins that Izuku couldn't see clearly from this distance. He had stylishly tousled hair and what could be either sunglasses or maybe goggles pushed up like a headband in the blonde locks. In one hand was what looked to be a plastic bag of takeout with a bright yellow smiley face and the words, "Have a nice day," emblazoned cheerfully on the side. His other arm was half outstretched to Izuku and the man's golden eyes held genuine concern. Izuku wasn't sure how to process such an expression directed at him. Most shocking, however, were the two enormous red wings still halfway unfurled on his back. Please, don't do it. The hero's voice was soft and careful. The wing hero, Hawks, number 3 hero in Japan, was standing in front of Izuku asking him not to jump, and Izuku had always been better at doing things for others than doing things for himself. Izuku released his grip on the railing, hands aching dully from holding so tightly for so long, and let himself flop awkwardly down on the rooftop. He pulled his knees up, wrapped his arms loosely around them, and buried his face. Izuku was a hero fanboy, but today, with all that had already happened, this was just too much. He couldn't face another hero right now, especially not with what he had just been considering, and especially not with them knowing what he had just been considering. Kid. Hawk's voice carried a range of emotions from confusion to worry. Izuku simply no longer had the mental capacity to deal, so he remained silent with his forehead pressed to his knees and his eyes scrunched shut. After a few seconds of stillness and silence on both sides, Izuku heard the shuffling of footsteps as Hawks slowly made his way over to him. If Izuku had been watching, he would have seen the normally cocky and confident hero reach out hesitantly before quickly drawing his hand back to his side and shuffling from foot to foot anxiously. Hawks bit his lip and shook out his wings gently to rid himself of some nerves and tension, before plopping down next to Izuku and starting to unpack his takeout. Hawks scratched his head idly as he set out several boxes on the rooftop between them. I hope you like fried food because it's my cheat day and I just went to this great American-style place that my friend Rumi told me about and ordered everything that sounded good. He kept shooting cautious glances at the boy next to him, who was still curled tightly into himself, as he rambled, filling the silence with mundane chatter. I only do like one cheat day a month, so I tend to go all out and always order way more than I can eat by myself. As he laid the last box out on the rooftop, he tucked the plastic bag into his jacket pocket and opened the boxes one by one. All right, Hawks said, forcing some enthusiasm into his voice. We have onion rings, cheesy pepper poppers, mozzarella sticks, mini corn dogs, French fries, fried chicken, 5 different dipping sauces, and apple pie. He announced proudly, waving his hands over the food like a salesman showing off his wares. His feathers ruffled and twitched, betraying his anxiety as the boy across from him stayed curled into himself, refusing to acknowledge Hawks or the feast laid before him. Anything look good to you? Hawks prompted hopefully. Still, the boy didn't move. Hawks picked up a piece of chicken and took a bite. He hummed as loudly and obnoxiously as he could. Delicious. I love fried chicken, he cheerfully declared. And don't even bother making a cannibalism joke, 'cause I guarantee you I have heard them all already. He waggled his finger at the slumped form of the boy. Every time I mention eating chicken in an interview, Hawks started ranting, gesturing with the chicken drumstick still in his hand. People start saying that I'm a cannibal eating my own kind. I even had one interviewer ask if me eating chicken was even legal. And isn't that like eating another person? As he continued his rant, his gesturing got wilder. Then they laugh like they've just told the funniest joke ever. Ugh. Hawks are birds of prey. The voice was so soft Hawks almost didn't hear it. Ha! Hawks responded intelligently, staring at the boy in shock. Hawks are birds of prey. Izuku finally lifted his head from his knees. His eyes were dull and lifeless. His cheeks were lined with tear tracks. He looked utterly defeated and done with life. Birds of prey eat smaller birds, so those jokes don't make any sense. His voice was emotionless and hoarse from crying, but he had finally lifted his head and looked at Hawks, so the hero was going to count this as progress. Exactly. He grinned as he made an emphatic, sweeping gesture with the arm holding his chicken. The grease and crumbly texture made him lose his grip. The drumstick sailed through the air, bounced twice across the rooftop, and skidded right through the railing and over the side of the building. Hawks was frozen in shock for a moment before his face fell and his wings drooped. "Ah, my chicken," he murmured despondently, bottom lip jutting out in a childish but genuine pout. Hawks heard a muffled snort. He slowly turned away from where his chicken had disappeared to look back at the boy. Izuku was covering his mouth with one hand, trying to muffle his laughter as he stared at the number 3 hero pouting over lost chicken. Hawks marveled as a tiny spark of life came back to those muted green eyes, and his own lips ticked up in a small unconscious smile. It took a few minutes for the boy to get control of his giggles and catch his breath back. Hawks was more than content to sit back, smiling softly, and give him all the time he needed. These moments of liveliness from the previously unresponsive boy were incredibly relieving. Honestly, Hawks had no idea what he was doing. He was thoroughly trained in villain apprehension, disaster rescue, and public relations. He could take out multiple assailants while pulling dozens of civilians to safety with ease, and then smile charmingly for the most obnoxious of reporters while ignoring painful injuries. He was experienced in hostage situations, house fires, robberies, and accidents of all kinds, but a suicidal teenager on a rooftop alone, this was outside his wheelhouse. Still, Hawks was a hero, and this boy obviously needed saving. Most people thought Hawk's quirk was just wings with telekinetic feathers, but there was actually a bit more to it than that. Firstly, he actually had a raptor mutation. It gave him lots of seemingly random bird traits, like a fixation on shiny things, the desire to perch in high places, avian vocalizations, and enhanced eyesight among other things. His feathers were also special. He could pick up vibrations and hear through them. Some of these abilities made him excellent at reconnaissance, so it was second nature for him to pause and observe when he saw a green-haired teen standing alone in the middle of a rooftop. Hawks had just finished an especially irritating photo shoot. It was the only thing he had scheduled for the day because it was supposed to be his day off. Anthony Foster, the award-winning photographer, as he would remind everyone every 15 minutes, was flying back home to London in the morning, so it had to be done today. Of course, the pretentious asshole was quirkist against mutations too. He spent the whole shoot calling Hawks the bird and the avian and refusing to speak directly to him. So, of course, the moment that nightmare was over, he called his best friend and fellow animal mutation quirked person Rumi Usajiyama, also known as the rabbit hero Miruko. She demanded to know why Hawks didn't dropkick that asshole down a flight of stairs the first time he referred to Hawks as the bird. After a long conversation about reputation and illegal assault, and promising to do more research on the brands and the people they hire for their photo shoots in the future, Rumi mentioned a restaurant that she thought he'd like since he was still in Nizudafu. After ordering online and picking up his food, and signing several autographs and taking lots of pictures with the workers and patrons, he took to the sky with his much-needed comfort food and headed for a tall building several miles away that he'd seen on his way there. Its rooftop looked like a nice, quiet place to enjoy his unhealthy feast without the hassle of well-meaning fans criticizing his eating habits, which had happened many times, annoyingly enough. A few blocks from the restaurant, he noticed a boy on a roof below him walking slowly toward the edge. Hawks had paused his flight and began to hover, his keen eyesight picking up concerning details. Firstly, the boy was filthy as if he'd rolled around in a ditch. Secondly, the left shoulder of his school uniform was burned. Thirdly, he was crying silently. And fourthly, which was the most problematic, he was headed to the edge of a tall building. It painted a painful picture of what was likely about to happen, but Hawks didn't want to assume, and he really wanted to be wrong, so he continued to hover and sent several feathers to float just behind the boy, ready to pull him back if needed. Oh, he hoped they weren't needed. When he could no longer stand to stay back and listen to the mumbling that his feathers picked up, he swooped down and landed gently on the roof, aiming not to startle the boy. He needn't have bothered. The boy was so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he heard nothing and simply continued his mumbling. "No one else would care if I died." The words were spoken with a calm certainty. He spoke as if commenting on the weather or something completely inconsequential. It broke Hawk's heart and brought tears to his eyes that this child honestly believed that no one in the world cared about him. So Hawks spoke up without thinking. "I would." It wasn't a lie. He knew as soon as he touched down on the rooftop that if this kid died now, it would haunt him for the rest of his life. The kid startled and spun around to face him. With barely any effort, Hawks kept his hovering feathers behind the boy as he turned, and then sent them to hover just over the edge of the building, just in case. When the kid collapsed and curled into himself, Hawks had a mini heart attack. Then the kid wasn't responding, so Hawks did the only thing he could think of doing. He started babbling about nothing important and offered the kid some food. Just when the hero was about to start panicking and try something new, the kid finally responded. Now he was laughing, and Hawks would throw 1,000,000 pieces of chicken off 1,000,000 roofs to keep this kid smiling. He was so damn relieved. Izuku's laughter slowly subsided, leaving him feeling a little lighter. The smell of the food hit him suddenly, and he realized that he actually was really hungry. He bit his lip as he glanced at the food. He knew he shouldn't take any. The hero bought that for himself, and besides, Izuku wasn't special or important enough to share a meal with the number 3 hero. Hawks watched the boy scan over the food he'd laid out, pausing on the onion rings and mini corn dogs, before looking back up at him, and then down at the roof. He didn't move to take any. "You should try some." Hawks reached out and nudged those 2 boxes towards him. "No, thank you." Izuku spoke softly. "This stuff is really good, and there's no way I could eat it all alone." Hawks plucked a pepper from its box and tossed it in his mouth. "Maybe just a little then," Izuku said cautiously. He reached out and took a mini corn dog. He struggled not to stuff the whole thing in his mouth after the first bite. Hawks was right. It was really good, and Izuku was just realizing that he was really hungry. Izuku didn't notice Hawks' genuine smile as they each reached for more. After a few minutes of munching, Hawks spoke up once more. "So, kid, I just realized that we don't even know each other." Hawks wasn't sure what he was supposed to do next in this situation, but he figured they needed to talk about what happened. Considering what his feathers picked up on the kid saying about his parents and how no one cares about him, Hawks didn't feel comfortable just taking him home to his mother without feeling out whether he was really safe there. He didn't want to scare him off though, so he figured he'd ease into that conversation while they ate. "I'm Hawks. Nice to meet you. Izuku and Midoriya." The boy stutters. "And I know who you are, of course. You're the number 3 hero, wing hero, Hawks, quirk fierce wings." As he continued, Hawks noticed that his voice got stronger and more confident. "You're the youngest hero ever to break the top 10 at only 21, and your agency is based in Fukuoka. You're known for your incredible speed and your impressive mastery of the telekinetic feather aspect of your quirk, which you mainly use for rescue work. Izuku suddenly slapped a hand over his own mouth. Sorry," he squeaked out around his fingers. "For what?" Hawks seemed confused. "For rambling and being creepy," Izuku said, avoiding eye contact with the hero. "I know it's weird that I know so much about heroes and it creeps everyone out when I go off like that." He was close to tears again. "Sorry. Kid, you don't need to apologize." The more Hawks learned about Izuku Midoriya, the more he wanted to help this poor kid who had obviously been hurt by the people around him. There is absolutely nothing wrong with knowing a lot about the things you care about, and there is nothing creepy about talking about your interests. Izuku stared at Hawks with sparkling eyes, like he was the first person to ever tell him that. "So are you aiming to be a hero, kid?" Hawks thought it was a fairly standard, easy question. He could tell from the middle school uniform that Midoriya was too young to have tried out for any hero courses yet, so his success or failure should still be up in the air. Most kids were still hero hopefuls at that age, he thought. The light that had just returned to the kid immediately dimmed again. Hawks had the sinking feeling that he just said the exact wrong thing. I don't," Izuku struggled to answer. "I'm not. Someone like me, I can't be a hero." His voice tapered off to a whisper. "What do you mean, kid?" Hawks asked. "Who told you that?" He knew from the way he'd said those words that he was repeating something painful that someone else had said to him. "Everyone," Izuku said despondently. "Well then everyone is wrong," Hawks said, as if it was a simple fact. Izuku shook his head. "No, they were right, even All Might said." "Then he's wrong." "He's not, he can't be wrong. He's All Might." "He can be, and he is," Hawks said firmly. "No, you don't understand." Izuku was getting frustrated. "Then tell me. Help me understand." "I'm quirkless." He spat the word as if it were a curse, full of disappointment and self-loathing. "And that means I'm worthless, and I'm stupid for wanting to be a hero, and I'll never amount to anything, and I should just take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in my next life." Izuku was breathing hard and doing his best not to start crying again. "And everyone knows it. Since the day I was diagnosed Izuku thought about the hero telling him it was okay to ramble and talk, so he did. He told Hawks every awful thing that had happened to him since he turned 4. Everything that he had ignored or swept under the rug or pretended didn't bother him, he told to Hawks. Everything that he's never told anyone came spilling out, and once he'd started, he couldn't seem to stop until he said it all. Izuku's whole life story was laid out before the number 3 hero as they ate Hawk's food together. At the end, Hawks and Izuku sat in silence for several minutes. Your teachers and classmates are criminally abusive and your parents are criminally neglectful. Hawks stated, "Hey, Mom's not Dash." And Hawks held up his hand in the universal sign for stop. All Might is criminally negligent, incredibly stupid, and flat out wrong. He started closing up the empty boxes and cleaning up the remnants of their meal. "Oh no, he's not." Izuku stammered indignantly. "Yes." Hawks pulled the plastic bag back out of his pocket and tucked away all of their trash, neatly tying off the handles. "He is, and here is why," he said emphatically. "Firstly, negligence." Hawks held up one finger. "You were involved in a villain incident, during which you were attacked and lost consciousness. You should have been checked for injuries and a possible concussion, and then taken to a hospital just in case because there's no telling what secondary effects that slime may have had, let alone the bacteria it likely picked up from slithering around in the sewers before it grabbed you and tried to shove itself down your throat." Hawks shuddered in disgust. It is basic hero protocol to have a victim of any assault by a villain checked out by medical professionals. Basic protocol. By failing to do so, All Might failed to do his job and left you in danger of life-threatening medical complications going unnoticed until it was too late to save you. But his time limit. Izuku objected. He was about to run out of time. He had to leave quickly, and I was okay. Really getting the villain to the police was way more important than taking care of me. No. And no what? Izuku's head tilted to the side in confusion. His round, innocent eyes made Hawks think of a puppy. No. Arresting a villain is never more important than ensuring the safety of civilians. Saving people should always be a hero's #1 priority. Boys. The villain had already been detained, so his priority should have been you. Hawks took a deep breath, trying to keep himself calm and centered. And secondly, speaking of his time limit, Hawks held up a second finger. Stupidity. He was clearly aware of his limits and chose to ignore them, putting civilians in danger instead of calling for backup when he knew he was almost out of time. If that chase had lasted just a little longer, he would have powered down, or whatever you want to call it, and the villain would have gotten away, or it might have happened while he was fighting, revealing his secret to a villain. If he can no longer do his job effectively, then he needs to either retire or get help. Pushing through his limits like that is just setting himself and the entire country up for disaster. What happens next time he's close to his limit and a villain gives him a little trouble in a public place with cameras instead of an almost deserted underpass? What happens when the symbol of peace deflates like a popped balloon and spews blood from his mouth on live TV in front of the whole country? He hopped to his feet and started pacing as he talked. Chaos and villain uprisings, that's what. All because the great All Might apparently has too much ego to retire gracefully and too much pride to let other heroes stand beside him, even as sidekicks or backup. Hawks huffed out a frustrated breath. Pretty much any hero would fight by his side in a heartbeat if he asked. He could put together the most powerful hero team the world has ever seen and lead them from the sidelines. He could ensure that the peace he's built lasts long after his own power has faded, but he's not going to do that. Instead, Hawks gritted his teeth. He's apparently going to go out suddenly and without warning, leaving the rest of us to deal with the fallout, despite him knowing for years that it was coming. Hawks ran a shaky hand through his hair, feathers twitching in agitation. I've never been an All Might fan, but damn, this is bad. The more I think about it, the more screwed I think we are, heroes, civilians, everyone. He scrubbed at his face with his hands before looking up to the sky and letting out a strained sigh. I need to tell the commission. Izuku, who had been silently watching him pace and rant, jumped up in alarm. Wait, you can't. He panicked. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone. I didn't mean to tell you, but I was rambling and muttering like an idiot and I didn't stop to think because you were being so nice to me and letting me talk and I just blurted it out, but I wasn't supposed to tell anyone. All Might secretan no I'm gonna bane so much trouble and he's gonna besom admin dash. Whoa, kid breathe. Hawks was suddenly in front of Izuku with a gentle hand on his shoulder, carefully avoiding the tender burn he now knew the origin of. He coaxed Izuku through a deep breathing exercise to get his panic under control. I don't mean the whole organization, kid, just the commission president and a few higher-ups. They need to start preparing for the fall of the symbol of peace as soon as possible. He reassured. But it's All Might's secret, and he doesn't want anyone to know. Izuku's voice was soft but firm. His big green eyes were focused intently on the hero, as if daring him to disagree. Hawks was the number 3 hero and golden boy of the Hero Commission. He could go straight to the Commission's headquarters and tell whoever he wanted to the whole story that Midoriya had just told him, whether Midoriya wanted him to or not, and there was nothing the boy could do to stop him. Hawks didn't want to do that, though. He wanted Midoriya to understand that this was necessary, regardless of All Might's wishes. What's the most important part of being a hero? Izuku was thrown off by Hawk's question. Saving people. Izuku answered, confused, but without hesitation. Exactly. Hawks gives Midoriya a small smile, a little proud of the immediate right answer. But All Might keeping this secret and acting recklessly puts people's lives in danger. I wasn't just being dramatic when I said there would be chaos and villain uprisings if All Might goes down on live TV. Even if it isn't filmed, if it gets out that some ordinary villain like the one that attacked you could take out the number 1 hero, well, All Might's overwhelming power and reputation is keeping organized crime and the smart villains in check for now, but when he goes down, that ends. There will be a huge leap in crime and villainy. Robbery, kidnapping, murder. It's all gonna skyrocket, and no one who could help prepare for it knows that it's gonna happen. People will die. I have to do everything that I can to prevent as many of those deaths as possible, and that means getting this info to the people who can analyze and strategize and use their influence to do the most good before it's too late. Do you understand? He asked gently. Izuku looked down at his feet and fidgeted with his fingers. I think, he let out a harsh breath, and looked up into Hawk's eyes with a sudden determination. People's lives are more important than keeping All Might's secret, even though he said not to tell anyone and he's the number 1 hero. Izuku's voice wavered a little, but he pushed on. You're right, and All Might is wrong. Hawks gave him a gentle, proud smile that made Izuku feel warm and safe. All Might is wrong about other things too. Hawk said. Just because he cut off suddenly. His wings shot open, and he tilted his head, listening intently. What's dash? Izuku started, but quickly covered his mouth as Hawks put a single finger over his own lips and shushed him. Izuku took the hint and closed his eyes, listening carefully for whatever had alerted Hawks. After a moment, he could just barely make out the sound of explosions. Fireworks, maybe? Izuku guessed hesitantly. Nope. Hawks stated, popping the P. He pointed over Izuku's shoulder at a column of smoke that was just beginning to raise above its surrounding rooftops. Wanna see me in action, kid? Really? Izuku was nearly vibrating with enthusiasm. Hell yeah, kid. He gave a sharp grin, summoning his feathers back from the ledge of the building. I'll fly you over and set you down at a safe distance to watch. How does that sound? Amazing! It sounds amazing. Hawks swore he could see stars in the kid's wide green eyes. All right, here we go. He scooped Midoriya up in his arms and launched them both into the sky. As Midoriya's startled shriek tapered off into breathless laughter, Hawks had a life-changing realization. This kid had been through hell all alone and came out of it still able to smile and laugh. Izuku Midoriya was one of the strongest people Hawks had ever met. As he flew toward fire and explosions, Hawks thought to himself, you won't be alone anymore, Izuku. I'll be there with you for as long as I can, kid. Hawks knew that civilians watching hero fights were putting themselves in an unsafe situation. Villains often tried to take advantage of crowds during fights by aiming damaging attacks at them that the hero would be forced to try and block, or by trying to take hostages. Police usually did a good job of keeping people at a safe-ish distance as much as possible anyway, but desperate villains could be unpredictable and incredibly dangerous. Even so, there was no way in hell Hawks was leaving the kid alone on that rooftop while he took care of this, so with few powerful flaps of his crimson wings they were near enough to see the commotion. Hey, Midoriya gasped. That's the villain that attacked me. Hawks banked as he got closer and circled the scene, quickly taking in the details with his keen vision. Several heroes were already on scene dealing with fires and evacuating civilians, but none were actively engaging the villain. The villain itself stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by rubble and blazing fires. Hawks thought that he was even grosser than Midoriya had described. Its gloopy, gelatinous form cackled in glee as it flailed at an approaching hero. Death Arms attempted a single ineffectual punch at the mass of putrid slime before retreating again. Hawks frowned as he noticed the blurry form of a hostage trapped within the body of the villain. "Hey kid, do you remember anything important about this guy?" Hawks asked. "Strengths, weaknesses, that kind of thing?" His quirk gives him a semi-liquid body which seems to make him impervious to blunt force or cutting attacks. He didn't seem to take any damage, or even feel pain from Death Arm's punch. He can stretch and change his shape, which he's using to increase his range for bludgeoning attacks. All Might used a wind pressure move to blast him apart when he fought him, and his eyes and mouth seem to be the only solid parts of him. They may be the only parts that can be damaged or feel pain. Izuku didn't even realize that they were descending as he muttered, doing his best to focus on only the most important info and not go off on a tangent about the villain's quirk, which was actually really cool when he wasn't be drowned by it and had so much potential for heroics. "Damn kid." Hawks chuckled as he landed, setting them both down just inside the police line. "Sorry." Izuku bit his lip. "I was trying to only say the important stuff, but I know I get carried away and it's dumb and annoying and I'm sure you already knew everything I pointed out anyway and dash." "Kid." Hawks stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "I meant damn in a good way. That was hella impressive." Hawks grinned at him. "Your observation skills are off the charts, kid, and you just gave me a great edge on this guy." A sudden explosion drew their attention back to the villain. The hostage flailed and struggled, pulling their head free for a moment. Desperate red eyes darted around the area, and Izuku could swear that those familiar crimson orbs locked right onto him. "Kaken!" Izuku's feet started moving instinctively before he could think, but Hawk's hand on his shoulder pulled him back after a single step. Kid." Hawks quickly steered Izuku behind the police line. "With your observations, this guy shouldn't give me too much trouble. Just stay here and let me handle it, Kay?" Hawks threw him his signature cocky grin and a wink, before darting off. He hovered about a bus length above the villain, easily dodging its attacks. "Yo!" he shouted down to the slime villain. "This is your one chance. Let the kid go or I'm gonna have to hurt ya." "You can't defeat me, you stupid little bird." The villain laughed as he thrashed his tentacle-like slime arms through the air wildly. Hawks evaded the attacks and flew up a little higher, his bright golden eyes narrowed in annoyance. "I always try to avoid permanently injuring the people I apprehend, but you are a colossal asshole and a psychopath, so I don't think I'll feel too bad about this." Hawks released a small swarm of feathers towards the villain while he shot high up into the sky. The feathers circled and harried the villain like a swarm of bees until Hawks was only a speck, way up in the air. Then, suddenly, Hawks dove as one feather zipped around the villain's flailing slime and sliced cleanly across both of the villain's eyes while the rest darted over to surround the hostage. As the slime villain screamed in pain, the feathers dove into the slime and yanked the hostage free, flying him swiftly over to the waiting police and heroes. The villain couldn't focus enough to stop him through the pain of being blinded. Izuku heard several people in the crowd behind him gasp as Hawks approached the ground at breakneck speed with his wings tucked close to his back. Less than 20 feet above the ground, and right above the villain, his wings snapped open with a mighty downstroke. The force of his momentum and the huge crimson wings created an incredibly powerful blast of wind. The villain gurgled as his body was forcibly scattered across the ruined street. For several seconds, the crowd was still in silent shock, and then a cheer broke the stunned people out of their stupor. The crowd went wild, praising Hawks and his dramatic villain takedown. Izuku joined in the cheering. He stared in amazement as Hawks hovered over the scene, shooting off a cocky two-fingered salute and a slightly smug grin at the crowd. The rays of the sun backlit Hawks, making his wings glow a brilliant crimson as he descended through the smoke-hazy air on gently fluttering wings. As his warm golden eyes settled on Izuku, his smug grin settled into a kinder, more genuine smile. He stood for a moment among the dying flames, glowing crimson wings spread wide, a gentle smile on his face, and his intense molten gold eyes focused on Izuku. The sight took Izuku's breath away. This was a hero, a true hero. He wasn't just smart and strong. He was kind. He was compassionate. He was real. This is what Izuku wanted to be. All Might's smile had always seemed the best and brightest. It had always brought Izuku comfort, but compared to Hawk's, it seemed cold and fake. All Might said Izuku couldn't be a hero, but Hawk said All Might was wrong. Maybe Izuku couldn't be a hero like All Might, but he realized suddenly he didn't want to be like All Might anymore. He had a better hero to look up to now. Hawk's back muscles ached. Breaking a speed dive like that was extremely hard on his body, but that had been the quickest way to end the conflict with minimal collateral damage. He hovered and posed for the crowd for a moment, just like he'd been trained to do, before touching down and subtly stretching out his burning wings and back muscles. As heat descended, Hawks had spotted Midoriya still standing just behind the police line, right where Hawks had left him. Hawks couldn't help the heartwarming fondness that overtook him at the kid's awestruck expression. Hawks assessed the scene, sending some feathers into the burning buildings and in a sweep around the area to make sure that there were no more civilians in danger. Finding none, he decided to let Backdraft and the other heroes handle the fires. That was Backdraft's specialty, after all. An ambulance had arrived in the meantime, and several EMTs were fluttering around the boy who had been held hostage. Hawks stepped back and let the police take control of the scene in a flurry of activity as he headed back over to Midoriya. "See, kid," he winked. "Told ya I'd handle it, didn't I?" The crowd around Midoriya was tittering excitedly and shouting praises. Several reporters tried to maneuver their way toward Hawks, but he pulled Midoriya past the police line before they could get to him and threw them all a wave and a "thanks for all your support." Hawks towed a reluctant Midoriya over to the EMTs. "MF fine, I don't need dash." "Midoriya." Hawks gave him a stern look, and Izuku gulped nervously. "You need to be seen by a medic. We already talked about this, remember?" Midoriya was looking down, fidgeting and biting his lip. He looked up at Hawks and nodded reluctantly. Hawks noticed Midoriya watching the other boy warily out of the corner of his eyes, but never looking directly at him. He'd heard enough of Midoriya's life story to know that this Kaken was the kid's biggest tormentor. He was also, according to Midoriya, guaranteed to make it in heroics with his flashy, powerful quirk, high intelligence, and strong work ethic. It kind of bothered Hawks that Midoriya could so easily compliment someone who was so intentionally cruel to him. "Hey," Hawks said softly, reaching out and ruffling the kid's hair, "I'll be right there beside you the whole time, okay?" "Really?" "Yep, and after we still have to finish that conversation we were having." Hawks smiled softly at him. "Okay." Midoriya looked at him with teary eyes and a small, amazed smile. Hawks finished guiding him over to the EMTs and, to Midoriya's great relief, took it upon himself to explain the whole ordeal with all might, leaving out the bit on the rooftop, thankfully. Hawks stated it all very professionally, leaving out his criticisms of All Might's mishandling of the situation, but clearly insisting that Midoriya's condition be assessed as it should have been when he was first attacked. Midoriya was amazed at how easily Hawks had just told the truth while skipping a few key parts and managed to completely avoid exposing All Might without even really lying. Hawks could practically feel the heat from the other boys' red-eyed glare at Midoriya. They were only a few feet apart as the paramedics and EMTs treated their injuries. Midoriya fidgeted nervously and clearly knew that the other boy was glaring, but never lifted his head or looked at him. The medical personnel didn't seem to notice the tense atmosphere between the two boys, but Hawks certainly did, and he chattered constantly at Midoriya and the medics tending to him to distract the kid from his bully's ire. As the EMTs wrapped up with both boys, a few of the heroes loitering on the scene came up to the angry blonde boy. Hawks listened in as they began gushing over the boy's powerful explosion quirk and his future as a hero. Even as the boy angrily scoffed and glared at them, they praised him. Hawks shook his head in disappointment. Just being near the bully that tormented Midoriya had Hawks' feathers ruffled in irritation, but Hawks was a professional hero, and the bully was a kid who just survived a brutal villain attack, so Hawks did his best to ignore him until Midoriya was treated and free to go. Okay. The coppery-haired paramedic who had been tending to Midoriya exclaimed cheerfully as she finished taping a square of gauze to the burn on his shoulder. You'll need to make an appointment with your regular doctor as soon as possible to do blood work and a thorough checkup, but for now just change that bandage daily and apply burn cream to the area for about a week and a half, and you should be good. You're really lucky to just get away with a minor second-degree burn and some bruising, you know, and you even met All Might and Hawks. She grinned at him. And it seems you've even caught someone's attention, she said, nodding towards Hawks who was still loitering nearby. Hawks looked over as she spoke, clearly listening in to their conversation. Yep, he sure did. Hawks laid a hand on Midoriya's uninjured shoulder. Kid's super clever. He watched that villain for just a few seconds and then told me exactly how to beat the guy. Midoriya smiled bashfully up at the hero, amused to such blatant praise. Oh wow. That's real impressive, young man, the paramedic said. She and Midoriya didn't hear the other boy scoff derisively, but Hawks' sensitive feathers picked it up clearly. She turned to Hawks. It's a little early to be trying to recruit a new sidekick, isn't it? She teased lightly. The young man isn't even in hero school yet. Sidekick? The other boy spat venomously. Deku ain't gonna be a sidekick. He's nothing. Just a worthless freak. He was practically vibrating in rage. The three of them turned to the boy in varying degrees of shock. Midoriya's bright green eyes were round in alarm, but his slumped shoulders spoke of resignation to whatever was coming. Hawks took a deep breath, clenching and unclenching his hands in a desperate bid to stay calm and professional. His wings unconsciously flared, partially blocking and protecting Midoriya, and his warm golden eyes narrowed in a cold glare. Why, young man? The paramedic stuttered, horrified. You can't just dash. He's quirkless. There was a moment of silence. Oh, the paramedic said. Well, you still really shouldn't say things like that, she said reluctantly. But it's true. He's nothing but a useless, quirkless loser. Even so, the paramedic said quietly. It doesn't look good for a future hero to be yelling at someone like that. She began packing away things in the ambulance. You should be focused on your future with a quirk like yours. I'm sure now that Hawks knows about this other young man's condition, he won't be wasting any more time with him. Right, Hawks? Both of them turned to the hero, the boy sporting a victorious smirk. Miss Nakano. Hawks spoke calmly, but his predatory eyes were ice cold. Your behavior is not only unprofessional, but unacceptable. How did you come? She could barely force out coherent words under the weight of the hero's disapproval. You're wearing a name tag. His tone was cold and terse. Her cheeks colored in embarrassment. I'll have someone contact you about a quirk discrimination class. It will be in your best interest to attend without complaint. His voice was downright icy. She nodded mutely before bowing and scurrying off with tears in her eyes. Katsuki Bakugu. He flinched as those cold predatory eyes focused on him. I know your name. Because I talked to Midoriya here. He says you're aiming to be the next #1 hero, even greater than All Might. Katsuki took a quick breath and stood up straighter. He didn't understand what happened with Hawks and the paramedic. The hero was acting really weird. He seemed angry at her, but Bakugu couldn't figure out why. It didn't really matter, though. She was just some extra. Hawks was the #3 hero, not as good as All Might or Endeavor, but still way better than all the other extras. He'd taken out that nasty slime villain and he'd seen how strong Katsuki's quirk was. He was probably about to offer him special training or something because of his incredible potential. Hawks stared Bakugu down for several long seconds in silence. He had recommended classes to the paramedic because he hoped that she could do better. Bakugu, though, between the stories that Midoriya had told him and the angry boy's own behavior just now, Hawks couldn't see him growing out of his toxic mindset without a severe wake-up call and lots of intensive therapy. Maybe not even then. Hawks could set that up, the therapy part anyway, but it would almost definitely take a lot of work to convince the kid and his parents. It would be an uphill battle, pouring lots of time and energy into a kid that already has lots of people in his corner, rooting for him to succeed, a kid who already got supremely lucky in life, with an ideal quirk, a wealthy middle-class family, and parents who are still together and love him. He is a stark contrast to Midoriya, who got dealt almost the unluckiest hand possible. Yet, Midoriya has compassion and cares about others, even those that harm and ridicule him, and Bakugo seems to care for no one but himself and completely lacks anything even resembling compassion. He could bend over backwards trying to help Bakugo be better and maybe succeed, Hawks thought to himself, or he could give that time and energy to Midoriya, a kid who no one has been willing to help even though he truly deserves it. It's really no contest. Hawks had already known that he would be investing his time and energy into Midoriya back on that rooftop. You'll be a hero. Hawks finally broke the silence, but you won't be a good one, let alone number one. Probably not even top 50, honestly. Bakugo's red eyes widen almost comically in shock and confusion. Anyone with a strong, flashy quirk and half a brain can get a hero license, but Hawks elaborated. You have to be like-able too, if you want to rank that high. And you are not. You'll never be a true hero either. You completely lack the most important thing that makes someone a true hero. According to the old-school definition of the word before it became a job, a hero was someone who performed selfless, courageous acts or someone with exceptionally noble character. That's not you. Bakugo stood frozen and wide-eyed. Hawks figured he was the first person to give the little egomaniac a dose of reality. Good, he thought as he observed the kid's lightly trembling form, let that sink in. Hawks turned on his heel, almost colliding with Midoriya who was hovering just behind him. The poor kid's eyes were as wide as saucers as they flicked worriedly between Bakugo and the hero. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure what to say. Come on, kid. Hawks said, guiding him away a few steps. We need to go back and get your bag. Oh. Midoriya blinked, shaking off some of his shock. I forgot I left it. Hawks chuckled a little. Get home safe, Bakugo. He called over his shoulder without even looking at the boy in question as he stretched out his wings and picked Midoriya up like he weighed nothing, before launching himself into the air. So, Midoriya, Hawks tried to sound casual and nonchalant. Do you happen to remember which building we left your stuff on? Because I don't. It took about 15 minutes of zigzagging over to different clusters of tall buildings, before Hawks finally zeroed in on a spot of yellow. He swooped down, using his feathers to scoop up Midoriya's backpack and the plastic bag of scraps and trash from their meal. I kinda want to continue our talk somewhere that isn't a rooftop. Hawks drifted in a wide circle as he sent the plastic bag down to a dumpster in a nearby alley. So I can take you home, or we can go somewhere else first. I just need to know where. Midoriya hesitated, biting his lip, before he pointed off to their left and began describing his apartment building. A few minutes later, they touched down on the sidewalk in front of Midoriya's home. The intense stress of the day seemed to have finally caught up with the kid as he trudged up the stairs and unlocked his front door with shaky hands. I'm home. Midoriya called out as he swung the door open. After a moment of silence, the kid's tense shoulders relaxed, and he welcomed Hawks into the apartment. Looks like Mom's not home yet. He let out a relieved sigh as he shuffled over to the kitchen. Would you like some tea? His fingers tapped a nervous staccato pattern against the countertop. Sure, kid, that sounds good. Okay, make yourself at home, I guess. Midoriya began filling the kettle. Can't believe Hawks is in my house. Hawks chuckled as the kid began muttering to himself as he puttered around the kitchen. He found himself studying the pictures scattered around the living room and dining room area as Midoriya busied himself with making tea. The whole apartment, as far as he could see, was clean, tidy, and cozily furnished. It seemed nice and homey. Hawks knew, though, that things were often very different than they seemed at first. He wandered back into the kitchen just as Midoriya finished making the tea. You said? They were sitting at the kitchen table nursing their cups of tea before Midoriya cautiously addressed the topic from the rooftop. That all might was wrong. The kid's fingers were clenched tightly around his mug, and his gaze was resolutely fixed on the tabletop. What specifically do you think he was wrong about? He asked quietly, eyes darting up to Hawk's own for just a moment, before looking away again. If you don't mind me asking. He tacked on quickly. Well, Hawks knew what the kid really wanted to ask. He wanted to ask Hawks the same question that he had asked All Might, but he was clearly still scared to get the same answer. Honestly, Hawks thought that Midoriya could be a great hero. He had the determination, the intelligence, and more heart than most of the successful heroes that he had met. The only things he was missing were power, which can be replicated with intense physical training and support equipment, and confidence in himself, which had been beaten out of him with words and quirks and fists relentlessly for years. All Might said someone without power couldn't be a hero, right? Hawks could just tell him he could be a hero, or he could ask Midoriya a few leading questions to see how close he could get the kid to saying it himself. And he said that was because he was injured by a villain, so, according to him, someone without a power would definitely be killed, right? Midoriya nodded. But I could name a dozen heroes off the top of my head who have quirks that don't help them in combat at all. There are also plenty of heroes whose quirks only help in very specific circumstances. Heroes like Mandalay from the Wild Wild Pussycats team, or 13 whose quirk is too deadly and damaging for most villain fights anywhere near civilians, or Midnight whose quirk is useless if her opponent has a gas mask. Just because they wouldn't win in a fight against every superpowered villain, does that mean they aren't actually heroes? Of course they're heroes. Midoriya's head snapped up to look at the hero head-on. Mandalay's quirk, Telepath, is amazing for rescue situations, which is what the Wild Wild Pussycats specialize in. They've saved tons of people. He barely managed to set his tea down without spilling it as he passionately defended the heroes that Hawks had named. 13 is a rescue hero too. They've saved hundreds of trapped people with their quirk, and they have amazing control of it. I saw an interview where they talked about how they don't fight villains unless they have no choice because they want to help people, not hurt them. Midoriya's voice was filled with admiration. And Midnight has taken down hundreds of villains in her career, and without causing property damage or unnecessary injury, and even if someone she's fighting has a gas mask, she is skilled in hand-to-hand combat and carries a whip that she's an expert with. You sure know a lot about heroes, huh? Hawks smiled at Midoriya. I bet you could name even more heroes that have quirks that don't help much with heroics, or who use support equipment just as much, or even more than their quirks. Midoriya nodded enthusiastically, and began rattling off a bunch of hero names, some that Hawks had never even heard of, and explaining their quirks and the weapons and support equipment they used. So it sounds like, Hawks interjected as Midoriya took a breath, a lot of heroes with weak or less useful quirks use a support item of some kind to even the playing field and be more effective, yeah? Thanks. Midoriya nodded, his dark green curls bouncing against his forehead. But even though their quirks alone aren't enough, they're still heroes, right? Hawks said quickly, before Midoriya could pick his rambling back up where he left off. Yeah, they're heroes. Midoriya's enthusiastic voice trailed off. His nervous, jittery energy left him as he became lost in thought. Hawks could practically see the light bulb blink on over Midoriya's head. If someone were to use several support items and weapons instead of just one or two, then maybe they might not have to have a. Midoriya had been muttering his thoughts quietly, head bowed to face the tabletop. He took a deep breath and lifted his head to look Hawks in the eyes. Hawks, do you think? He took another deep, bracing breath, his eyes swirling with hope and fear in equal measure. Do you think a quirkless person like me could be a hero? He said it quickly all in one breath. Before I answer, I want to know what you think. Do you think a quirkless person can be a hero? Hawks did his best to appear neutral and unconcerned, but he was actually on the edge of his seat. His fingers were crossed, figuratively anyway, as he desperately hoped the kid wasn't so far gone from the emotional abuse that he couldn't see the truth. Do I think a quirkless person can be a hero? Midoriya looked shocked at Hawks' question. He gave it a few moments of serious consideration. Yes. He spoke the word quietly, with wide eyes as if he was surprised by his own answer. His eyes slowly trailed up to meet the Hawk's golden gaze. Absolutely. Hawks grinned at him. With the right training and equipment, a quirkless person can be a hero. His warm golden eyes didn't stray from Midoriya's own verdant green eyes, which were shimmering with tears once again. You can be a great hero, kid. They spent the next few hours after Midoriya calmed his happy crying just talking. Hawks couldn't remember the last time he just relaxed and talked with someone like that. He realized that it probably didn't speak well of him that this 14-year-old that he had just met was now tied for his closest friend with Rumi. Midoriya was easy to talk to. He was a good listener, and he was exceptionally clever and knowledgeable, and when he relaxed a little, he had a wicked sense of humor. He was enjoying himself so much that he completely lost track of time. The sound of a key in the lock and the front door opening startled both of them. "I'm home," called a soft feminine voice. Hawks and Midoriya blinked at each other, wide-eyed. "Is it 7 o'clock already?" Midoriya and Hawks both looked at their phone screens in shock as Midoriya spoke. "Izuku, dear, did you lose track of time watching hero videos again?" There was a note of exasperation in her voice as she stepped out of the entryway. "You better have finished your homework." She froze in place as she rounded the corner. Her green eyes grew round in shock as she registered the hero with bright red wings sitting at her dining room table. She wasn't obsessed with heroes like her son, but even she recognized the number 3 hero Hawks. "Hi," Hawks said, waving awkwardly at the still frozen woman. He stood. "You must be Mrs. Midoriya. You have a lovely home." He greeted the woman. She stuttered, hands flailing aimlessly, and cheeks flushed cherry red. "Thank you, Hawks, sir. That's very kind of you." "Wow." Hawks chuckled. "I can really see the family resemblance." "Welcome home, Mom." Midoriya stood and walked over to her. "Hawks is here because I got attacked by a villain on my way home from school, but don't worry, he took care of me and I'm fine." He bit his lip, anxiously. "But he wanted to make sure I got home okay." Midoriya resolutely didn't look at Hawks as he left out so much of what happened, he might as well be lying. "Oh, that's nice," she said uncertainly. "But you said he saved you on your way home from school? It's 7 in the evening now, that must have been hours ago, so why?" "Ah," Hawks said, stepping forward. "I can explain. See, Midoriya here left out a few details." The kid squeaked in panic and tried to stutter out a protest. "I actually found Midoriya here after another hero saved him from a villain and left him without giving him a medical checkup or making sure he would get home okay. I was flying over when I saw him alone on a rooftop and, well, I was concerned, so I flew down and we talked, and afterwards there was another villain incident that he wasn't involved in and I had a paramedic give him a medical check, and then we came back here." Midoriya was anxiously biting his thumb, looking back and forth between his mother and Hawks. The hero put a hand on his shoulder in a reassuring gesture. "What do you mean by concerned?" Mrs. Midoriya looked genuinely confused. "He was alone on the edge of a tall building and seemed distressed. I was concerned that he was suicidal." Hawks didn't mince words. I wouldn't, that's not dash," the kid stuttered. "I wasn't really going to. I was just thinking," he trailed off. "Okay," she said uncertainly, eyes darting back and forth between the hero and her son. "I guess I understand why, as a hero, you had to intervene," she said after a moment of thought. "But and forgive me if this seems rude, why are you still here?" Hawks stared the woman down for a few seconds, an unreadable look on his face. "Well, Mrs. Midoriya, your son is special. He is remarkably clever, driven, determined, and compassionate." The hero smiled at the kid, who looked up at him with stars in his eyes. "He's a really great kid." Hawks looked back over to the woman. He expected her to look happy, or perhaps proud, but instead she looked more confused than before. The soft smile slipped from the hero's lips. "But apparently most people don't see that. Midoriya has been telling me about the discrimination and harassment he's been facing, particularly from the teachers and students at his school. Apparently unlicensed quirk usage is not only allowed, but encouraged even on other people, the ones considered weaker, anyway. He's endured quirk assault and physical assault regularly from other students right in front of the teachers." As Hawks spoke, Mrs. Midoriya's brows furrowed in consternation. "Izuku," her voice was laden with disapproval. "You should know better than to bother a hero like this." "Hawks, sir, I'm so sorry. My son is," she seemed to search for the right word for a moment, "fragile. He gets hurt more easily due to his condition. He's quirkless, you see, and while I understand that makes things more difficult for him," she turned her disappointed gaze on the kid's trembling form. He really shouldn't accuse perfectly innocent people of such horrible things. It's ridiculous and there will be consequences, young man. She said firmly. Mom, Izuku could barely get the words through the lump in his throat. He'd never told her about what he went through because he didn't want to worry or burden her. It never even occurred to him that she might not believe him, that she would call him a liar. Hawk's hand was heavy on his shoulder. Oh no, Izuku's blood ran cold as a thought occurred to him. Would Hawks think he was a liar too? He'd taken Izuku's word for everything with no real evidence, but now, well, why would Hawks believe a quirkless middle school student when his own mother accused him of lying? Izuku stared down at his socked feet, unable to force out another syllable in his defense. He felt Hawks grip his shoulder tighten, not enough to hurt, but more than enough to feel. He didn't dare look up. He didn't want to see whatever disappointed or disgusted look the hero would have on his face. Hawks was livid. He took a deep breath and repressed the urge to shield the kid within his wings and screech at the vile woman until her ears bled. Even so, his wings twitched, the feathers rustling lightly as he fought his instincts. Again, Hawks, sir. The movement drew Mrs. Midoriya's attention back to him. I am so sorry for this, and I promise that Izuku won't bother anyone with this nonsense ever again. Shut the fuck up with your bullshit. What little filter and tact he had used to remain mostly professional in front of the discriminatory paramedic and obnoxious bully went up in flames. The kid's head shot up. Hawks found himself looking into two pairs of wide green eyes. The kid and his mother were both frozen in shock. Hawks thought that their nearly identical expressions might be funny under different circumstances. Nothing about the situation was funny at the moment. He stepped forward, removing his hand from the kid's shoulder and shoving his clenched fist in his pocket. For the second time that day his wings flared out, shielding his kid. You are a shitty parent, and I'm not going to stand here and let you justify your son being abused, especially when we both know it's bullshit. She tried to stammer out an indignant response, but Hawks didn't care. He spoke over her objections. I wasn't sure at first, but now I am. You have been knowingly allowing your son to be abused for almost a decade. There is no other explanation I can think of for why you watched your son come home covered in bruises and burns day after day for years, and then looked me in the eye and told me he was lying. About the harassment and discrimination. He stared her down, shoulders and wings tense with barely contained anger. That's not she shrank before the hero's intimidating form. Why do you care? She cried. I couldn't do anything to stop it, even if I cared to. If you cared to? The hero scoffed, shaking his head angrily. He's quirkless. He was never going to survive in this world anyway. I knew as soon as he was diagnosed that a villain would kill him, or suicide, or an accident. She had tears in her eyes, but Hawks knew they weren't for her son. He heard nothing but self-pity in her voice. I can't afford to care about him. It would just end in heartbreak. So you let people hurt him and just waited for his death? Hawks said incredulously. Yes. She cried. What else was I supposed to do? You were supposed to care. The kid's shout made both adults jump. They turned to him in open-mouthed shock. The kid was panting, harsh breaths threatening to turn to hyperventilating, fists clenched tightly at his sides as he glared hatefully through tear-damp eyes at his mother. You were supposed to care. He repeated in a hoarse whisper. I thought you cared? I thought you were the only one left who cared about me, but even you. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I just can't. She sobbed, as if she had any right to be upset, and Hawks hissed out a strained breath from behind gritted teeth. The kid flinched at her words. His shoulders slumped, and all his anger and energy seemed to drain away at once. Hawks stepped over to Izuku, turning his back to the woman he couldn't stand to look at for 1 second more. Kid, he reached out and tilted the kid's head up to look into his grief-clouded eyes. I care about you. He pulled the kid into a tight hug, wrapping his wings around them both. The kid's trembling arms hesitantly returned the hug, fingers twisting into the soft, well-worn denim of his jacket. They spent several moments that way, just breathing. Hawks ignored Mrs. Midoriya fretting anxiously in the background for the moment, as he comforted his kid. He realized suddenly that he'd started thinking of the kid as his at some point today. He should probably have been bothered by that revelation, but he wasn't. His kid, yeah, he was more than okay with that. Hopefully his kid would be too. Hey, he said softly, stroking a hand through fluffy green curls. Emotionally exhausted eyes looked up at him. I need you to go to your room and pack your bags, okay? Those green eyes swirled with muted confusion. I'm not leaving you here with her. Excuse me, Mrs. Midoriya spoke up. You can't just take my son. Her indignant tone faltered as the hero turned his cold golden glare on her. Actually, you'll find that with sufficient evidence, a hero is qualified to remove a child from an unsafe home and/or guardian. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. And I recorded our conversation, so with Midoriya's testimony and this recording of you admitting to willful and malicious neglect. He fiddled with the phone, playing part of the recording. They listened to her admit to not caring about him through the speaker of Hawk's phone. I think this makes it pretty clear that your son is not safe with you. She sputtered, but he turned back to the kid before she could say anything else. Where will I go? The kid's voice was soft and uncertain. That's up to you, the hero said. Partially, anyway. If there's someone you trust to stay with, you can go there. The kid shook his head immediately, and Hawks wasn't surprised. From what the kid had told him, there really wasn't anyone else. Or we can find you a foster family, and maybe you'll get adopted, or you can come home with me. Hawks tried to sound impartial. It really was the kid's choice, but he did hope. The kid blinked up at him in confusion. What do you mean, come home with you? Kid, Hawks did his best to convey his sincerity, knowing that today had been an emotional roller coaster for the kid. You can come home with me and I'll take care of you, or we can find a foster family for you, and I will still drop in as often as I can to see you. Because I care about you, and I want to make sure that you're safe and happy, no matter what you choose. Izuku was exhausted in every way. He didn't understand why Hawks would want to take him in, and he didn't have the mental energy to figure it out. He wanted it more than anything. The hero had given him more kindness in these past few hours than he'd had since he turned 4 years old. Maybe he didn't need to know why yet. Maybe he could just have this and figure it all out later. I think I'd like to go home with you. Izuku stood in the center of his room surrounded by yellow, red, blue, and blinding white. All Might's muscular form and bright grin leered at him from every angle. I am here was boldly proclaimed by posters and other merch scattered across the walls and shelves. Liar. The vitriolic thought hissed through his mind unbidden. He took a deep breath, trying to shake off his sudden bitterness at the number one hero. He saw movement out of the corner of his eye, and turned to the open door. Hawks was leaning against the doorway. He whistled lowly. Thank it. That's a lot of All Might. Why yeah, Midoriya blushed. I don't know what to pack. Well, he eyed the shelves full of figurines and collectibles, almost exclusively of All Might. Obviously we can't take all of your stuff tonight, so, for now, you should probably only pack like you're going on a weekend trip, plus anything important you'd really miss if it suddenly disappeared or was destroyed. We should be able to come back for the rest in a day or two. Disappeared or destroyed? Just in case. Hawks glanced over his shoulder toward the kitchen, where Izuku's mother could be heard slamming cabinet doors and rattling china as she made herself tea. Do you really think she would? Izuku flinched at a particularly loud bang from the kitchen. I don't know, kid. Hawks sighed and shook his head sadly. But better safe than sorry. Izuku nodded after a moment of consideration. He pulled an old suitcase from under his bed and took a long, hard look around his cluttered room. He walked over to the bookcase next to his desk and pushed aside a row of All Might action figures, pulling out a row of composition notebooks. He stacked them neatly in the bottom of the suitcase before going to his closet and dresser. He filled the rest of the suitcase with clothes, noticeably bypassing the numerous All Might-themed shirts and hoodies. He wandered around the room, gathering a few more odds and ends. A few pieces of non-All Might hero merch, along with some art supplies, a few books, and a single scuffed and faded All Might figurine were added to the suitcase. Izuku hesitated a moment, biting his lip, before pulling a small shoe box from the top of his closet. He carefully brushed the thick layer of dust off. He stared down at the box for a moment without opening it, before nestling it carefully in among the other items in his suitcase and zipping the bag closed. You sure that's all? Hawks eyed the mostly untouched room and only partially filled suitcase. Izuku took a deep breath and looked around the room. Yeah. He grabbed the handle of the suitcase and nodded. Just this, my toothbrush and stuff from the bathroom, and my backpack from the living room, and that's it. Izuku tucked his toiletries into his suitcase and headed to the living room to grab his backpack, but as he stepped out of the hallway, he froze. His mother was sitting on the couch with his backpack in her lap. I remember when I bought you this bag. Inko Midoriya ran her fingers along the edge of the top flap. You wanted that limited edition All Might anniversary one, but it was so expensive. I thought you were going to be disappointed when I brought this one home instead, but you just smiled up at me and said, "It's perfect, Mom, I love it." Inko's eyes never strayed from the yellow bag in her hands. And when you started coming home with scrapes and bruises, I expected you to come to me and ask me to fix it, but you didn't. You would patch yourself up and smile at me as you told me that it was fine, that you were just being clumsy, that I shouldn't worry. And when Hisashi left for work and our neighbors whispered their nasty rumors about me being a bad wife who couldn't make her own husband happy and gave him only a disabled child, she choked on a sob. As we passed by, you'd squeeze my hand and tell me how much you loved me, and what a great mother I was. You were never angry or upset, you just tried to make me feel better. You tried to be such a good son. She finally looked up and met his eyes. And I tried so hard to be a good mother to you, but when I looked at you, all I ever saw was a burden. Izuku let out a pained gasp and stumbled back a step. I knew you'd never amount to anything, but still I fed you and clothed you and kept a roof over your head. She stood, gripping one of the straps of his backpack. And in return you drove a wedge between me and my husband, drove away my friends, and ruined my health by giving me depression and anxiety, and now that you've already destroyed my life, you've finally decided to leave. She stepped away from the couch, headed towards her room with Izuku's bag still clutched in her hands. Drop the backpack. Hawk's venomous voice came from just over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku found himself partially wrapped in crimson wings, with warm, grounding hands resting on his shoulders. I bought this. It belongs to me and I'll keep it if I want to. A reminder of my disappointment of a son and all of the pain he's caused me. Her voice shook, and tears dripped down her cheeks as she defied the hero. Drop it. Hawks snarled. The bag hit the floor almost instantly. Fine. She turned on her heel. Leave already. She stomped quickly down the hall to her bedroom and slammed the door. Izuku was frozen, staring at his yellow backpack laying on its side on the floor. He knew he should go pick it up, but he couldn't make his feet move. Distantly, he could hear Hawk's voice, but the words were nothing but static in his ears. He blinked, and suddenly his vision was filled with gold and red. Come on, kid, look at me. Warm, rough hands cradled his face and compassionate golden eyes stared into his own. There you are. Let's get out of here, yeah? Hawks took one of Izuku's hands in his, and gave him a gentle tug to get him moving forward. Izuku let the hero lead him down the hallway and out the front door. He felt like a balloon being pulled along on a string. His mind was floaty and distant. He had the vague impression of wind on his face and bright lights speeding by, but none of it seemed to stick in his mind. His mother's parting words echoed in his head, along with the sound of the slamming door. Leave already. The words repeated on a loop, followed by the bang of the bedroom door. Izuku didn't come back to himself until he was sitting on the edge of a hotel bed, with no idea how he got there. He blinked, looking around. He was in a nice, upscale hotel room. Off to the side sat his suitcase and yellow backpack, and he could hear Hawk's muffled voice coming from an open door that looked like it led to an adjoining room. Just as he was about to cautiously approach the open doorway, the hero stepped through, phone still in hand as he apparently just finished a call. Oh, hey, you're looking better, Hawks said, relief in his voice. Yeah, but why are we? He looked around the room pointedly. At a hotel? Izuku nodded. Wow, you really zoned out for a while, huh? Well, I live in Fukuoka. Even flying it takes a few hours to get there. I thought it would be best to get some rest tonight and deal with getting the rest of your stuff early tomorrow so we don't have to come back for anything later. We can get it all taken care of quickly, and then get you a fresh new start far away from here. Oh, that makes sense. It's getting kinda late, but if you're hungry we could order some room service. I'm thinking chicken, any idea what you want? He walked over to a side table, picking up a menu. Chicken sounds good. Izuku gave a small smile. Sir. Even through the speaker, the underling's voice was full of fearful respect. He waited for acknowledgement before daring to speak further. The beeping, clicking, and hissing of medical machinery provided menacing background noise to the call. Speak. It's you wife, sir. She is extremely upset and insists that you call her back. All for one let out an aggravated sigh. He knew that woman was a mistake, but he'd let sentimentality blind him when they first met. She looked remarkably like a former lover he had been particularly fond of half a century ago. Fine. Put her through. Yes, sir. A dial tone, followed quickly by the sound of a ringing phone, came from the speaker on his desk. Click. Huh? Hisashi, called Inko Midoriya's tearful voice. Yes, Inko, did something happen? Are you and Izuku alright? He turned away from the screen he'd been scrolling through news headlines on at the distress in her voice. Oh, Hisashi. Eyed Izuku Hiro dash. She began sobbing incomprehensibly. All for one's blood ran cold. Inko, what happened to Izuku? He tried to keep his voice calm, but Inko's frantic crying made him suspect the worst. He clenched his fists, preparing himself to hear that his son was dead or gravely injured. He ran through the list of healing quirks he had obtained and hoped that Izuku was still in a position that one of them might help. WhatIf? No. Izuku, the ungrateful brat, he's fine. She stuttered in confusion. No matter what lies he told that horrible monster of a hero. She muttered angrily to herself. What? He was so thrown that the single word came out flat and emotionless. It was just awful, Hisashi. That hero made a big deal out of nothing. So what if the school isn't nice to Izuku? Of course they're more concerned with the strong children. Why should they make a big deal about a few bruises? Why should I? There was a long moment of silence as All for One tried to wrap his head around Inko's furious rant. He really didn't like the dots he was connecting, but he wanted to be fully informed before he said or did anything rash. Bruises? What exactly is going on, Inko? Some hero showed up with Izuku today. He said he found Izuku on a roof and talked him down. He said Izuku told him he was being bullied, or some nonsense like that. She scoffed. And when I tried to tell him that Izuku was just exaggerating and that he's quirkless, he said dash. She choked on a sob. He said that I was a terrible mother. She wailed through her tears. Let me make sure that I'm understanding the situation. All for One took a deep breath, carefully controlling the tone of his voice to remain neutral. My son almost killed himself after having been bullied at school severely enough to leave injuries, and what you're upset about is that the hero who prevented him from jumping off of a building called you a bad mother. Is that correct? Well, yes, but dash. The hero was right. That was a sentence All for One never thought he'd say. It is our responsibility as parents to take care of our child. I send you enough money that you don't need to work so that you can be there for him. You clearly knew he was being hurt. What did you do about it? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I provide for you financially so that you can provide for our son physically and emotionally. That is the deal. Clearly you are failing at your part, and I would like to know if it is because of outside influence or your own incompetence. To that end, I will ask again. Izuku was being hurt. What did you do about it? I don't think I like the way you're speaking to me, Hisashi. I'm beginning to lose my patience, Inko. He growled. Answer the question. There wasn't anything I could have done. Her quiet voice wavered. Yes, there was and still is. You could go talk to the principal of the school. If that proves unproductive, you could remove him from the school. Farther away from UA, there may be better schools that are less obsessed with quirks and strength. I would be more than willing to pay for you to move to somewhere Izuku might be happier and have less discrimination to deal with. If you had told me this was happening, I could have already researched good schools in other areas. But he's quirkless. It doesn't matter. I don't understand why you're making such a big deal out of this. She cried out in frustration. I know you don't really care about him. You were so disappointed when he was diagnosed quirkless, and you've been distancing yourself ever since. I wish you would just come home. If Izuku wasn't around anymore, maybe I could even come to you. She said the last part a little hopefully. If Izuku wasn't around, you wouldn't be either. he said coldly. I only married you because a drunken fling resulted in accidental pregnancy, and I only support and tolerate you for the sake of my son. It's true that I had hoped that he would inherit a combination of our quirks that would make him exceptionally formidable, but that doesn't mean that I stopped caring about him when that didn't happen. All for One did get excited over the prospect of a version of his ability that could take quirks from a distance instead of by touch. However, as Izuku grew, All for One quickly realized that his son's temperament and compassion was completely unsuited to life as a villain. He was actually glad that Izuku didn't inherit his quirk, and worked to separate his own villainous ties from his family so that Izuku could lead whatever life he chose without interference. Izuku is my son. All I want for him is to be happy and healthy. If you cannot provide that for him, I will find someone else to care for my son. You don't mean that? She whispered in shock. I do. I have no affection for you. As far as I'm concerned, I pay you to look after my son. If you can no longer do your job, why would I keep paying you? Either you get this school situation sorted out and get Izuku in therapy to help him, or I will replace you. I'm his mother. She sounded scandalized. And I can make you disappear and replace you with a nanny. All I have to do is make it look like you came to live with me in my fictitious life in America. No one would ever know there was a pile of dust in some dark corner of the city that used to be you. You aren't really an analyst, are you? Her voice trembled. No. Now put my son on the phone. He's not here. There was terror in her voice. He's with that hero. They went out for ice cream or something. But it will be late when he gets back. I can call you back tomorrow and he can talk to you then. Is that okay? There was a long silence. All for One let her squirm for a solid minute before he answered. That is acceptable. He hung up without another word. He had no way of knowing that Inko Midoriya was collapsed on her bed, praying that Hawks would bring Izuku back the next day, and that she could somehow convince her son to call Hisashi and tell him that everything was fine and nothing was wrong or needed to change. She slowly picked herself up and shuffled to the kitchen, pulling a bottle of blueberry vodka out of the back of a cabinet. She took 3 large swallows straight from the bottle before flopping gracelessly onto one of the dining room chairs with the bottle still in her hand. I'm so fucked. Izuku woke slowly. It took several long minutes for his sleep-clouded mind to register the unfamiliar surroundings. His gaze drifted over to the clock on the side table. His heart rate doubled in panic as he tried to throw off the thick hotel blanket. After a moment of struggle, he managed to disentangle himself and get to his feet. He immediately collapsed back onto the bed. Ow, why does everything hurt? He whined to himself. How am I going to make it through school like this? He sat back up slowly, wincing at the soreness in almost all of his muscles. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, kid, it's me. Hawk's voice was slightly muffled behind the adjoining room's door. Come in. Hawks strolled in wearing a t-shirt with a roughly cut back to allow for his wings and a pair of sweatpants. Morning, kid. How are you feeling? Kind of sore, but mostly okay, I think. Good, and I'm not surprised you're sore. Between the attack and all of the stress yesterday, well, I'd actually be pretty shocked if you felt fine today. Hawks mused. You ever tried yoga? Some beginner yoga stretches really help with sore and strained muscles. Yoga? No. Izuku shook his head. But I'm going to be late for school if I don't leave soon. Actually, I'll probably be late anyway. I'm not even sure where we are exactly. Kid. Hawks looked at him incredulously. You aren't going to school today. Yesterday was crazy, and even if you liked your school and were treated well there, which you aren't, but we will deal with that later, you wouldn't be going to school today. We still need to get the rest of your stuff and deal with your mother and then go home to my place in Fukuoka. He looked like he'd taken a bite of a lemon as he said mother. But first yoga and breakfast. Everything else can wait till you're less sore and have a full stomach. Hawks guided Izuku through a series of simple yoga poses to ease his sore muscles. By the time their breakfast was delivered, Izuku was breathing hard and sweating a little, but he was feeling much better. I had no idea yoga was so hard. Izuku huffed. It looks so easy and relaxing. Hawks chuckled as they sat down to eat. Yeah, it can be an intense workout if you choose the right routine. It's also great for flexibility and balance training. I can't do a lot of the more advanced yoga because it's not designed for extra limbs. His wings gave a little flap, but I do a lot of the more basic poses and stretches in the morning to help wake myself up and at the end of a hard day so I don't wake up as sore the next day. I never thought about it that way. I suppose there are a lot of things that are more difficult or impossible with wings. Yeah, but I don't mind most of it too much. After all, my wings let me fly, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. Your quirk is really amazing. I can only imagine how incredible it must be to fly. Izuku said wistfully. If you really want to fly, I bet that you could figure out something. I'm sure the tech for it is already out there in some form. You just have to redesign something. I'm not saying it would be easy, but that big brain of yours could figure it out for sure. Huh? Izuku stared at him in shock. I've never invented or built anything before. What makes you think I'd be good enough to make something like that? I wouldn't even know where to start, and wouldn't it be a waste, building something like that for no reason, just so I could fly? You never gave up on being a hero. Hawks said as if that was an answer. Izuku's head tilted slightly to the side and his brows furrowed in confusion. His mouth opened and closed a few times before he was able to articulate a response. Huh. You never gave up. Even when everyone in the world seemed like they were against you, you kept trying. I fully believe that if you put that much effort and stubbornness into finding a way to fly, you will manage it. Plus you're crazy smart kid. All you need is access to the right materials and knowledge. In fact, I bet you could do a hell of a lot more than just fly if you put your mind to it. There's no way I can't, that's not dash. Izuku's face was bright red as he stuttered denials. He took a deep breath. That's really kind of you to say, Hawks, but I think you're overestimating me. He said quietly. I'm not special, or important, or good enough for any of that. I'm just plain, ordinary, quirkless me. Exactly. You're quirkless. That is what makes you special. Every hero out there focuses on their quirk. For most of them, that is all they are. A quirk. If that quirk has drawbacks or won't work in certain situations, then they're out of luck. They have nothing to fall back on. You, though, if you train right and use that big brain of yours to set yourself up with the right equipment, well, just think of the possibilities. You wouldn't be limited like those quirk-obsessed heroes limit themselves. Rescue, combat, stealth, flashiness, subtlety, you get to pick. You have infinite potential possibilities. You just have to make your choices and work for it. You get something that the rest of us don't. You get to choose. Izuku looked at him in wonder. He never thought he'd hear his quirklessness described as a good thing. It made him a little breathless, and he fought down the tears that welled up. He'd cried enough for a lifetime yesterday. He was tired of crying. Izuku struggled to find words. Thank you, Hawks. Thank you. They ate their breakfast together in companionable quiet. They both had a lot to think about. Izuku was thinking over everything Hawks had said to him this morning and yesterday, and Hawks was thinking about the plans for the rest of the day. Hawks had seriously considered reporting Inko Midoriya to the police, but he was a little worried about quirkless discrimination. He'd had no idea it was this bad before he'd met Izuku. Between his life story and the incident with the paramedic and the bully, Hawks felt like he had to be cautious with this situation. It's part of the reason he had intentionally riled up Inko Midoriya and then recorded her. His word carried a lot of weight as a hero, but he wanted as much physical evidence as he could get just in case. It was awful that the kid had to hear his own mother say that stuff, but it was better than having a drawn-out case with no evidence. That recording made things so much simpler. Also, even though it hurt, Izuku needed to hear that his mother didn't care directly from her. Now he knew for sure what she thought about him, and even though it was painful, he could start to move on without her toxic influence in his life. So, with that in mind, instead of calling the police, he'd called his lawyer. He didn't need her services that often, but when he did, she always got the job done. She was the best money could buy, and it showed. He had spent a couple of hours on the phone with her last night, and she should be arriving in the early afternoon with all the paperwork and contracts that he needed Inko Midoriya to sign to give over guardianship and surrender all of her parental rights. Hawks just had to get Inko Midoriya to sign them. Hopefully it wouldn't be too hard, but he was prepared to threaten to file a police report over neglect and emotional abuse. Even if she refused, he wasn't going to give up. He was prepared to go as far as it takes to make sure his kid was safe, and he wasn't safe with her. The rest of the morning passed fairly peacefully. After Izuku showered, he settled into one of the room's armchairs with a notebook and his phone, alternating between frantic scribbling and internet searches. Meanwhile, Hawks was fielding calls from his agency and employees, making sure that everything was running fine in his absence. He never took extra time off without being severely injured, so it seemed like everyone from his sidekicks to his secretary was calling to check on him. Those that knew him well were more than confused when he said he was dealing with a family emergency since, as far as they knew, he had no family that he was in contact with. Now if he could just make it through the day and get everything settled before his handler found out what he was doing. Not that he would let his handler stop him from this, but it would be so much easier if all of the legal stuff was done and locked in before he had to convince them that this wasn't a bad thing for his career and image. He already knew how he was going to spin it to make it look good, but they still might try to say no. It would be easier if everything was settled and done with before they even found out. When Hawks called in their order for lunch, Izuku finally pulled his nose out of the notebook he'd been writing in all morning. He blinked his big green eyes like an owl as he came back from his hyper-fixated state. "Isn't it kind of expensive?" Izuku asked quietly. Hawks made a questioning sound. "This." Izuku gestured to their surroundings. "The hotel and the room service and everything." "Oh." Hawks laughed a little in surprise. "Kid, I'm the number 3 hero. I make a lot of money. I can definitely afford a couple of days in a hotel with room service." "Yeah, that makes sense." Izuku flushed in embarrassment. He tapped his fingers nervously on the cover of his notebook, working up to his next question. Hawks, do you know if the schools in Fukuoka are—" He bit his lip, searching for the right word. "Nice?" He looked at Hawks pleadingly, hoping he understood what was being asked. "Well, the thing is," Hawks actually seemed a little embarrassed himself as he answered, "I don't really know because I didn't go to school. I had personalized training with private tutors when I was younger, and then did a specialized correspondence course for most of high school." "Why?" The thing is, it's just," Izuku had never seen Hawks look so unsure of himself. It made something inside him twist in empathy. "Never mind," Izuku said suddenly. "I don't need to know why." Hawks' shoulders sagged and he let out a big sigh of relief. "You're a really good kid," Hawks said softly. "A complicated thing, but I will tell you about it. Just not today, okay, kid? You don't have to tell me anything." Izuku tried to reassure him quickly. "I don't have to, but I will. Just not yet. Not today." Hawks shook his head, recentering himself and getting rid of the tense mood that had settled between them. "So, schools." He forced enthusiasm and cheerfulness into his voice. "I think that getting you enrolled in an online correspondence course will be the best option. That way you can get your schoolwork done at your own pace and have more time for training and taking extra classes for science, or inventing, or martial arts, or parkour, or any and all of the things you want to learn. Plus you'll only need to be around a teacher or other students once every 2 weeks for a few hours. That's how my correspondence classes were anyway. They had the lectures and assignments posted online, and then had us come in on a Saturday to supervise tests and check in with students." "That sounds good. Really good." Izuku could barely picture a daily routine that didn't revolve around being as unnoticeable and small and quiet as possible while dodging outstretched legs and hands meant to trip and shove him. Going weeks at a time without the whispers and glares, or the constant tension of being on his best behavior so that the teachers didn't call him out in the middle of class for the slightest infraction. It sounded like heaven. "Wait, training. Yeah. You've got the brain and the heart for heroics, but not the body. We can fix that though. It won't be easy, but if you still want it, we need to start your physical training as soon as possible. Building strength, stamina, and flexibility takes time." Hawks paused, looking at Izuku's shocked expression. "But if you've changed your mind, that's okay too. If you aren't sure that you want to be a hero, you can still do the correspondence school thing and figure out what you want from there. Either way, I want to take care of you and make sure you're happy." Hawks said gently. "No. I mean yes, I still want to be a hero." Izuku blurted out frantically. "I haven't changed my mind. I just didn't think you were going to help me. No one ever wants to be bothered by someone like me." He muttered quietly. Hawks' sharp golden eyes softened. "Kid, I'm gonna say this as many times as you need to hear it. The way you've been treated is wrong. I care about you, and that means I want you to do well and be happy. Of course I'm going to help you. Luckily, Izuku's impending teary meltdown was averted by a loud knock on the door signaling the arrival of their lunch. Izuku sniffled, barely managing to get a hold of his overwhelmed emotions. He and Hawks managed to stick to lighter conversation topics while they ate. They were thoroughly entrenched in a debate about whether or not Best Jeanist could theoretically control a person like a puppet by controlling their muscle fibers when there was another knock on the door. I'm not saying for sure that he couldn't, Hawks said as he moved to open the door. I'm just saying that even if he could, there's no way to safely practice that. A tiny lapse in concentration and he might shred someone from the inside out, or rip them limb from limb. He opened the door on a severe-looking young woman. She was dressed in an expensive and immaculately tailored navy blue suit and carried a shiny black leather case. You had better not be planning the murder or maiming of someone. Or at the very least not with witnesses in the room, me included. She arched a brow at Hawks. As she stepped into the room, the hair in her slicked back bun caught the light and sparkled. Her black hair looked like the night sky sprinkled with stars. The little specks of light were spread evenly throughout her dark hair, and Izuku desperately wanted to ask about them since they were obviously quirk-related, but he held his tongue. No, it's not like that at all. Hawks laughed. We were talking about Best Jeanist quirk and what exactly it can do with different fibers. Right. Hawks stepped over to Izuku. Chiaki Shiratori, this is Izuku Midoriya. Hawks put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, this is my amazingly talented lawyer, Chiaki Shiratori. She is going to get us all sorted out legally so we can go home today. He smiled at Izuku, and the kid gave a shaky smile back. All right. Shiratori set her briefcase on the table, pulling out a stack of papers and a pen. Hawks told me the gist of the situation last night, but I still need a few details from you before we go speak to Mrs. Midoriya and get this signed and settled. Izuku bit his lip. What if she doesn't sign it? He asked quietly. Trust me, she will. Shiratori gave a sharp smile. Even if she doesn't want to at first, she'll be begging to sign by the time I finish laying out her options. Yep. Hawks was nodding reassuringly. She really is the best lawyer money can buy. Don't worry, kid, she's got this. Shiratori asked a lot of questions. She asked about his mother and father. She asked about his teachers and classmates, and made notes about their names and specific dates of incidents. She even asked about the people in his neighborhood. Throughout all of the questioning, one question kept repeating, and he grew to hate hearing it. And what did your mother do when that happened? Nothing. He answered for what felt like the 100th time. He glared sullenly at the small voice recorder sitting in the middle of the table between them. Do you want to take a break? No, Izuku said quickly, looking back up at the lawyer. I'm fine. You shouldn't be, she said. Izuku's brows furrowed in confusion. You've been through a lot of terrible things, and the person who is supposed to take care of you and love you unconditionally did nothing for you. You shouldn't be fine, and you aren't, and that's okay. She spoke with no particular emotion in her voice, as if she were simply reciting facts. She had been that way throughout the entire ordeal, even when Hawks had clenched his jaw and fists to keep from exploding in anger at some of the things Izuku had recounted. Shiratori had kept her professional tone, and showed no emotion as she asked her questions and took note of certain names and incidents. So if you want a break, that's okay, we can take a break, she said, holding out a package of tissues. Izuku hadn't even realized that he was crying. Thank you, but I want to keep going. Izuku wiped away his tears and took a few deep breaths. I really just want to get this all over with. Shiratori nodded and picked her pen back up. They talked for another hour before the lawyer was satisfied. Izuku felt wrung out emotionally, and Hawks wasn't doing much better. Hawks scowled irritably at the lawyer from where he was sprawled haphazardly across the rumpled hotel bed. As the questioning had worn on, he had switched between pacing a hole in the floor and fidgeting in place on the bed. Shiratori had given him more than a few stern looks when his frustration and anger had distracted Izuku. She had told him before the recording started that he could be in the room if Izuku wanted him there, which he did, but he wasn't allowed to interject or be disruptive. That was so much harder than he thought it would be. By the time Shiratori finally turned off the recorder, Hawk's jaw ached from grinding his teeth to stay silent so long. Fuck. He breathed out emphatically, flopping back on the bed and throwing his arms up over his head to let them thump against the pillows. That was fucking awful. He said to the ceiling. I want to punch so many people. So long as you don't attack Midoriya's parents or anyone from his school. Shiratori said, organizing and looking over her papers. That would jeopardize future lawsuits against them, and I'd really like to go in with as much leverage and high ground as possible. Hawks let out a harsh breath and mulled it over for a moment. Fine. But I want to personally take a sledgehammer to that school when you're done with it. Nonsense. There's nothing wrong with the building, just everyone in it. Destroying the building would be pointless and wasteful. Then I want to be the one to arrest all the teachers. No. The police will do the arresting. That's their job. A hero would only be necessary on scene if they fight back or try to escape. Cowardly weaklings like them rarely do more than cry and beg when they realize that they're going to jail. There was a tinge of smugness in her tone and the corner of her lips barely quirked up in a hint of a smile. It was the most emotion Hawks had ever seen from her besides irritation. Hawks gave a sharp, malicious smile. Whatever you charge for destroying Aldera schools will be worth it. You won't need to pay for that. I do a great deal of discrimination cases, and they are all pro bono. It's why I went into law to begin with. I only take on pro-hero clients to pay the bills. But I didn't know that. I generally don't advertise it. There are more than enough cases to keep me very busy without actively looking for more. It is irritating to see and hear from all of the people that I can't help. You don't need to bother with Aldera. Izuku said quietly, nervously biting his lip. I'm sure your other cases are more important, so you really don't need to waste your time for me. Kid Dash, Hawk started, his tone soft and gentle. Don't be ridiculous. Shiratori cut in firmly. I would have taken this case as soon as I found out about it anyway. This is a priority case for many reasons, not the least of which is that it's a school. Teachers are meant to shape the future generations, and how could I stand aside and do nothing as these teachers shape their students into either bigoted quirk supremacists or submissive self-hating victims, all depending on the perceived strength of a random genetic trait. I will gladly shred that institution to pieces and do it as publicly as possible to make an example of them. The world will be better for it. How can you say all that so calmly? Hawks stared at her wide-eyed. It's quite simple really. The trick is that I learned to take all of my anger and frustration at despicable people and society in general and channel it into being the very best, most professional lawyer that I could be. Spite and rage motivated me to graduate at the top of my class and become an unstoppable force in a courtroom. It is unspeakably satisfying to remain professional and immovable in the face of blustering and sobbing bigots as you force them to surrender their assets, their futures, and their reputations. She gave another barely there smile. It brings me great joy. Hawks and Izuku shared a shocked look for a moment before both burst out laughing. Sorry. Hawks wiped a few tears from his eyes, still chuckling and catching his breath. That's just so great. I'm so lucky I hired you. So what's next? Well, you asked about adoption, but I would actually suggest emancipation instead. She said, shuffling a few papers around. It would be better for Midoriya going forward. If you were to adopt him, there would be a media frenzy. Even if you tried to keep it quiet, the media tends to find out about things like this, and they aren't exactly kind. I can only imagine the kinds of things they would say about the both of you. For example, they would probably accuse you of trying to get attention for adopting someone considered weak and defenseless. You can still house and provide for him. The only real difference would be that any decisions about his welfare or future would be legally up to him. Hawks frowned. I don't know, that media stuff's not for sure. I kinda think I'd be okay with that. I don't really care about the media anyway. You may be okay, but what about Midoriya? He wants to be a hero too. Izuku's mild flinch didn't go unnoticed by either adult, and a scandal like that could destroy his reputation before he even gets started. If the first thing people hear about him is that he needed saving from his parents and teachers, it won't matter how competent a hero he is, they will still think of him as weak. People are biased like that. Hawks looked uncertain. If he is emancipated and the two of you are careful, the media might not even find out about him until you're ready. Being emancipated also keeps him better protected from any influence from the commission than being adopted by you would. She raised an eyebrow while looking pointedly at Hawks. Don't even try to deny it. I know that they have way more influence in your life than they reasonably should. I looked into it after the first time you hired me and you told me that Hawks is your legal name. There wasn't much available, but there was a guardian on file for your younger years who was an employee of the commission, and the date of your official name change was when you were only a child. It's not much, but it does hint at an unpleasant picture. Honestly, if there was more to work with, I would have already approached you about legal action against them. Unfortunately, I don't think your testimony alone would be enough against such a powerful government agency. I'm sorry, she said solemnly. Hawks tried to choke out a response. It really isn't what you think. It wasn't that bad. Legal action it's not necessary. The look on the lawyer's face told Hawks that she didn't believe a word he was saying. But maybe it would be good emancipation, that is. Just in case, he trailed off quietly. Izuku, meanwhile, was staring back and forth between the two, mind going 100 miles a minute as he tried to put the pieces together and read between the lines. Are you okay, Hawks? He asked quietly. Hawks chuckled, but the sound was bitter. Yeah, kid. He sighed. She's right though. Emancipation might be safer for you, or we could still find someone else to adopt you if you want that. His voice was slightly pained. No. Izuku's sudden shout surprised all three of them. He blushed as he tried to explain himself more calmly. I mean, if you really don't want me to stay with you, I'll go somewhere else, but I'd rather stay with you than anyone else. Even if I'm in danger from the commission or something. Although I'm still not sure exactly what they would do or why. They could take custody of you regardless of who adopts you by pressuring that person to sign you over. Even I would have a hard time arguing against it because they are a trusted national institution. Shiratori said. They would then control your future and could use that as a tool to control Hawks and ensure that he supports them and their goals publicly. Does that sound accurate to your experiences with them? She asked Hawks. Unfortunately, yeah. He nodded. The Hero Commission as a whole does a lot of good and necessary work. He explained. But certain branches of the Commission, particularly those involved in PR and the Future Heroes programs, are less than ethical. A select few of the high-ranking members believe that the ends justify the means, and they keep the worst of it quiet. Shiratori is right that we can't really do anything about it, though. All of the evidence is classified and locked away. Hawks sighed sadly. So while I would absolutely love to have you come stay with me, and I would do everything in my power to keep you safe, even defy the commission directly, I really would understand if you thought it was too risky. I trust you, Izuku said simply. You cared about me when literally no one else did, so how could I feel safer with anyone else? I want to stay with you. All right, so that's settled then? Shiratori asked. Hawks and Izuku nodded. Emancipation requires the person in question to be able to support themselves, so you may need to prove that you can hold a job for legal reasons. Ooh. Hawks perked up. I could hire you as a quirk analyst. What? I'm not an analyst. You could be though. You're really good at it, and I can hire whoever I want, so official certification wouldn't be an issue. Problem solved. He said excitedly. Good. Shiratori nodded. It might not even come up, but it is always better to be prepared. So that seems to be everything we need. Are you ready to go get this settled? She gathered up the neatly stacked papers and slotted them into her briefcase. Izuku nodded resolutely. Yeah, let's do this. Izuku rode back to the Midoriya apartment in Shiratori's car. Her calm, assured nature kept his nerves in check while Hawks flew ahead. His wings made car rides uncomfortable. When they pulled up outside the apartment block, Hawks was already there waiting, talking to the driver of a moving van he had arranged to come for the rest of Izuku's things. Hawks made his way over to them as they got out of the car. Okay, the movers are gonna wait out here until I let them know we are done with the paperwork. Let's get this done. Izuku took a deep breath and gazed up at the apartment block. He gave himself a few seconds to just breathe before clenching his fists at his side and taking the first few steps up the sidewalk. It had only been a single day since everything had changed, but it felt like years. He climbed the steps, running his fingers gently along the guardrail, and wondering if this would be the very last time he did so. He expected to feel sadness at the revelation, but instead felt only a hint of nostalgia and the desire to be done. Izuku was more than ready to sever all attachment to this place now that he knew that he was unwelcome and uncared for here. Any good memories of this place, as few and far between as they were, all centered around his mother, and they were tainted now with the knowledge of her true feelings about him. His feet carried him forward until he was standing in front of the door to the apartment that he had lived in his entire life. Izuku hadn't realized that he'd been staring at the door, unmoving, for almost a full minute until Hawks spoke from over his shoulder. "We've got this. We are right here with you. Just let me do the talking." In an uncharacteristically gentle move, Shiratori put a hand on his shoulder and stepped up beside him. She threw Hawks a pointed look, and he stepped forward too, sandwiching Izuku between them, before reaching out and rapping sharply at the door. There was an indistinct thud from within the apartment, followed by the patter of rushed footsteps. The door was flung open, revealing a disheveled Inko Midoriya. She was still wearing yesterday's rumpled clothing, her hair was crooked in its half-up ponytail, her light makeup from yesterday clearly hadn't been removed and had smudged and caked in odd places, and she smelled faintly of alcohol. Her bloodshot eyes focused on Izuku with visible relief. "Izuku, my baby, you're home." Her high-pitched wailing caused Izuku and both adults by his side to wince. Hawk's sharp eyes narrowed as she reached a trembling hand out towards her son. His wings reacted instinctively, snapping open and curving around Izuku, and by proximity Shiratori, in a protective and intimidating display. Inko Midoriya flinched back, clasping her shaking hands together at her chest. Inko's panicked green eyes darted over to the hero, acknowledging him for the first time since she answered the door. She took in the hero's crimson feathers spread wide to cover not just her son, but an unfamiliar woman who looked to be in her 20s. The woman's dark gray eyes were fixed on Inko, and she felt like a specimen about to be dissected. "May we come in, Mrs. Midoriya?" the young woman asked calmly, coldly eyeing the shaking housewife. Inko was suddenly very aware of her rumpled appearance next to this woman's sharply professional suit and makeup with not a single hair out of place. She self-consciously began smoothing her hair and clothing as she stepped back from the entryway. "Why, yes, of course. Excuse my manners," she said nervously, leading them toward the dining table. "Thank you for looking after my son for the day. I'm so glad he got to have a fun day with a pro hero. I'm sure he really enjoyed it, but now that he's home everything can go back to normal." She scooped up an empty glass bottle and cup from the table and shuffled into the kitchen. Hawks and Shiratori shared an apprehensive and slightly confused look, and kept Izuku sandwiched between them as they made their way through the apartment after Inko. Shiratori kept one manicured hand firmly on Izuku's shoulder as she watched Inko hastily clear away the evidence of her alcohol consumption. "Mrs. Midoriya, let me introduce myself." Shiratori stepped forward, setting her shiny black briefcase on the table. She clicked open the latches and withdrew a stack of papers. She also withdrew the voice recorder, setting it carefully on the table in clear sight and switching it on. "My name is Chiaki Shiratori, and I am here as legal counsel representing Izuku Midoriya." She then noted the time and date as well as their location for the recording. Inko, meanwhile, had made her way back to the table and was staring in wide-eyed shock at what Shiratori had laid out. Shiratori gestured at the chair Inko was standing in front of, inviting her to sit. Inko did so robotically. "I don't understand. I am here representing Izuku Midoriya's interests." Shiratori settled gracefully into the chair opposite Inko. "It has come to my attention that your level of care has been insufficient, therefore it is in Izuku Midoriya's best interest to be removed from your care permanently." In the short silence that followed, Hawks and Izuku seated themselves at the table next to Shiratori. Hawks had to pull the other chair from next to Inko, and he did so with a smug grin, flipping the chair around and resting his crossed arms on the backrest casually. That's not, you can't." There was a hint of panic to Inko Midoriya's voice. Shiratori arched an eyebrow skeptically. "From what I understand, you didn't feel that way yesterday. I've listened to that recording, and I have to say, It seemed to me that you would be glad to no longer have the responsibility of your son to pretend to care for. How dare you? Inko blustered. As I said, I've listened to the recording from yesterday. I've also spoken extensively with Izuku Midoriya about his treatment both at home and in public, particularly at his school. Your inaction in the face of blatant harassment and assault is a clear case of criminal neglect. You and your husband can both be reported to the police. Shiratori's sharp gray eyes zeroed in on the minute flinch at the mention of Inko's husband. My husband has nothing to do with this. He's not even in the country and hasn't been for years. You can't possibly charge him with anything. If your husband retains his parental rights, then he is legally as responsible as you are for the neglect and abuse of his son. While that was technically true, Shiratori knew that no judge in his right mind would hold the father responsible in this situation. Inko Midoriya didn't know that though. It would be quite the hassle to have Mr. Midoriya served with a summons in America and have him take off work and come back to Japan to be charged with a crime and possibly serve jail time, but I am more than willing to see this through. She watched Inko's eyes grow progressively wider in horror. Shiratori held back a smug grin at Inko's panic. One of the reasons Shiratori was such a good lawyer was that she knew when and where to press her opponents. Clearly, Inko Midoriya's weak spot was her husband. Shiratori was prepared to take full advantage of that. If she could get Inko convinced that signing the emancipation papers was their best option for the least amount of hassle, the husband should fall in line with his wife and sign off on it easier. Wait! Inko startled them all by jumping up from the table suddenly and dashing to her room. I thought we were just going to have her sign emancipation papers? Izuku said quietly, turning his wide-eyed, uncertain gaze on Shiratori. That's the end goal, but we need both your parents to sign the papers. This is like negotiation. We start off with our unrealistically high number, then work back to what we actually want so the opponent thinks they are getting the better deal. We need your mother to want to sign so she can help get your father to sign too. She reassured him. Plus, she deserves to be a little afraid of the consequences of her inaction. Her lips quirked up in a vicious smile. Ha! Inko came flying back into the room triumphantly, clenching a piece of slightly crumpled paper in a shaking fist. She slammed it down on the table, breathing hard. I have sole parental rights. It says so right here. Hisashi signed over his parental rights when he left to work in America so that we wouldn't have to send paperwork back and forth that needed both parents' signatures. She collapsed back into her chair. So you can't charge him with anything. When her husband Hisashi first insisted on it, she didn't really understand. Sure, sending signed papers back and forth would take a little extra time and effort, but it didn't seem like such a big deal to her. Still, she did as her husband wanted. Now, though, knowing that her husband lied about being in America and that he was some sort of criminal, it made more sense. Shiratori hummed non-committally as she scanned the paper. It was, indeed, a legal document giving Inko Midoriya sole parental rights in regard to Izuku Midoriya. It was odd, but also incredibly convenient. Now she only needed Inko to sign the paperwork. The woman was an emotional mess. This should be easy. See? Inko said desperately when Shiratori took too long to confirm what the paper said. Indeed. This does absolve Hisashi Midoriya of responsibility. She laid the paper back on the table and focused her sharp eyes on Inko once again. However, it does nothing for you. Tell me, who should we contact to take custody of Izuku when the police take you into custody? She asked calmly. What? Inko seemed to have forgotten the danger to herself as she frantically tried to keep her husband out of it. This paper, Shiratori tapped the paper with one sharp manicured nail, absolves your husband of responsibility, but not you. You are still fully liable for the neglect and abuse. If we make a police report and press charges, you will bear full responsibility, and I will pursue the maximum penalties on all charges. Well, this is all for the sake of Izuku and what is best for him. If there was a better option that didn't involve him having to testify in court about all of the abuse, and allowed him to be in a healthy, supportive environment, that would obviously be ideal. I can do that, Inko said eagerly. I can give him that. No, Shiratori's voice was ice cold. You've proven quite definitively that you are not capable of that. Izuku Midoriya is not staying in your custody. That is non-negotiable. B. But he has to, he's my... Mrs. Midoriya, regardless of how today goes, Izuku will be leaving. There is no version of this where you keep your son. That ship sailed when you told him that you don't care about him and that you are just waiting for him to die so you can move on with your life. You've already lost your son. The only thing we are deciding now is where he will go and what consequences you will face. Shiratori's eyes narrowed in disgust as Inko started crying. But Inko trailed off sniveling. She didn't know what to say. Her husband made it very clear that her only value to him was in taking care of their son, and he was apparently ready and willing to commit murder for her failure. If this uppity lawyer took away her son, Inko might wind up dead. On the other hand, if she fought this, they would press charges and Inko might go to jail and still get killed for failing to take care of their son. Neither outcome was appealing. Do you have to tell Hisashi? She mumbled, half to herself. Excuse me? You said something about a better option for Izuku? Inko prompted hopefully. Something where he doesn't need to testify? Yes. Shiratori eyed Inko in silence for several moments. One option would be for Izuku to be adopted by Hawks. It would be very public. Your husband might even see it on the news in America. Shiratori watched as Inko paled. Of course, then it would be up to Hawks whether or not to press charges, which he almost certainly would. Hawks ginned sharply and nodded. Shiratori let Inko mull that over for several seconds. Or you can sign this. Shiratori slid the packet of papers that had been sitting on the table since the beginning of the conversation over to Inko. Sign that and Izuku Midoriya can file for emancipation. It would then be up to him to pursue further legal action, which he doesn't want to do. He just wants this to be over and done with. I'm sure that you do too. Inko stared down at the papers in her hands. Shiratori couldn't tell if she was actually reading them or not. Will Hisashi know? Inko looked up pleadingly at Shiratori. If I sign this and Izuku gets emancipated, will my husband know? Only if you tell him. Since he doesn't have parental rights, he has no say in this. You aren't legally required to announce it, and lying in this case isn't a punishable crime. I want Izuku to call Hisashi before I sign it. What would you want him to say? I want him to tell Hisashi that everything's fine and I'm a good mother. I want him to say that I'm doing everything I can to take good care of him. Why? Izuku's incredulous voice silenced both women. I can't remember the last time I talked to him. Why would he care if you're taking good care of me all of a sudden? He never cared before. Inko gave an exhausted sigh, her shoulders slumping. That's what I thought too, but apparently we were both wrong. I spoke with him last night about what happened yesterday. He was not happy with me. Tears dripped down her cheeks. I don't understand, but Izuku's nose scrunched up in confusion. I guess I can do that? He looked up at Shiratori, who nodded. It has to be right here, though, and on speakerphone. Shiratori said firmly. Fine, but he can't tell Hisashi about you or Hawks or any of this. Are you okay with this? Shiratori asked Izuku. It's okay if you aren't. You can say no. If I make this phone call and tell my father that you're doing everything right as a mom, you'll sign the emancipation papers? Izuku made eye contact with his mother for the first time since they'd come in. She was nodding enthusiastically. He wanted to be surprised that even now she didn't care about him at all. This was all about her and Hisashi. He was just so tired, though. He wanted to leave and never see her again. Just thinking about her and his life in this place hurt. Okay, but I'm saving the number you use and calling him on my phone to tell him the truth if you refuse to sign after this call. Okay. She pulled out her phone, opening the contact for Hisashi and setting it on the table. After sending the contact to his phone, Izuku took a deep breath and hit call, then pressed the speakerphone icon. All eyes were on the phone held loosely in Izuku's hand as they waited for Hisashi to answer. The ringing tone broke the silence once, then twice, then click. Inko, I expected you to call hours ago. The voice lacked all warmth. It was stern and harsh and almost angry. It took Izuku by surprise. Actually it's me, it's Izuku. Hi Dad. Oh, Jakulker. His tone changed immediately, evening out to more neutral but still not exactly affectionate. It's good to hear from you. I understand you've been having some trouble at school. Yeah. I guess so. You guess so? I mean yes. Yes I have, but Mom is helping me figure something out. His green eyes darted over to her nervously. Is she really? His voice was skeptical. Is she there with you by the phone? Inko shook her head frantically. No. He cringed at the uncertainty in his own voice. Was that an answer or a question, Izuku? There was a hint of amusement to the voice. It's an answer, but she is. She's right here next to me. Can she hear me? Yes. Inko. His voice went cold again. Don't forget what we discussed last night. I will be in direct contact with Izuku from now on. If his issues aren't dealt with in a satisfactory manner, well, I assume that I need not repeat what I told you last night. No. Inko squeaked out. There's no need for that. Everything will be better from now on. It had better be. At that ominous statement, Shiratori raised a questioning eyebrow at Inko Midoriya. Izuku looked back and forth between the phone and his mother in confusion. I don't understand what's going on. Are you mad at Mom? Inko waved her arms and shook her head, frantically trying to signal Izuku not to ask that, but he ignored her. I wouldn't say mad. All for one mused. After all, if he had been truly angry, Inko would already be dead. More like highly disappointed. But why? She failed her responsibilities. I don't understand. Inko tried to get Izuku's attention again, to convince him to stop asking questions. It is her responsibility to take care of you. I send her plenty of money so she doesn't need to go to work. Essentially, raising you is her job, and she is doing it very poorly. I am okay, but why? Do you care now? Izuku said hesitantly, staring down his mother and pointedly ignoring her attempts to dissuade him from asking. What do you mean? I have always cared. But you haven't spoken to me in, I don't even know how long. Years maybe. There was a long pause from the other end of the phone. Inko had given up on trying to silently sway the call away from this topic. She buried her head in her hands and hoped she could come out of this okay. I suppose. I can understand why you would think that, and I admit, I am a very busy man and time has gotten away from me. I am not an affectionate person by nature, my son. I never intended to become a father, and clearly I am not very good at it. Your mother was under the impression that we married for love, when truthfully our marriage was only for the sake of you. I truly don't know where she got the absurd idea that I was in love with her. I provide for her financially to fulfill my responsibilities as a father and to allow her a relatively easy life. I mistakenly believed that this was the best course of action for everyone. It seems that I should have been more involved to ensure that you were properly cared for. Izuku was confused. His father was nothing like he thought he was. His mother talked about Hisashi frequently, but none of what she said matched up with the man on the other end of this phone call. She described him as a kind, hard-working man who was doing his best to provide for a family that he dearly missed. She said that their wedding and the early years of their marriage were some of the best days of her life. This man was cold and apathetic, and viewed his family as a responsibility he had to take care of, and nothing more. How involved do you intend to be now? Izuku asked cautiously. You live all the way in America, so I'm not sure what you could do to be involved. For starters, I'll no longer be trusting Inko to keep me informed about your life. She has been telling me that everything was fine, which is clearly not the case. I had no idea that anything was wrong until last night when she told me that you've been having trouble at school and that you were suicidal. Izuku couldn't help cringing. He hated that so many people were learning about his worst moments. I've decided to keep in contact with you directly from now on. We also need to discuss a change in schooling, I think, and therapy. I was actually told about a correspondence school that might be better for me. I was going to start researching it tomorrow. I am still kind of overwhelmed with everything that happened yesterday. Could we maybe text about it tomorrow, or something? Izuku really wanted this conversation to be over. It was just one more thing that was appending everything that he knew. First, All Might isn't the best hero, then his mother doesn't actually care about him, and now his father actually does care, kind of, anyway. It's all just a lot. and that comes through clearly in his strained voice. Mom is going to make Katsudon, and we planned on binge-watching that reality show about extreme karaoke together. She already bought us some cookies and junk food for later. Izuku knew that he wasn't a good liar, so he let the stress and anxiety in his voice be, hoping that his father would attribute it to his emotional state. All right, Izuku, but if there are any issues from now on, I want you to contact me. Do you have my number? I can get it from Mom's phone. But I want you to send me a text as soon as we hang up so I can save your number. Is your mother still there? Inko looked up in alarm. Yes. You're on thin ice, Inko, so don't mess up again. Yes, Hisashi. She breathed out, trembling lightly. Goodbye, Izuku. We'll talk tomorrow, son. Bye, Dad. The click of Hisashi ending the call was the only sound for several long moments. Well, that was not what I expected. Shiratori finally broke the silence. What exactly was he threatening you with? I don't know what you mean. Hisashi wasn't threatening me. She attempted a glare at the lawyer. Her slumped posture and shaky hands were only a small part of why her glare completely failed to be intimidating. Shiratori refused to back off, leveling Inko with a stern look of her own. Inko deflated after only a few seconds of their nonverbal standoff. He said he'd stop supporting me financially and that he'd divorce me if I don't take good care of Izuku. She mumbled. The lawyer hummed, satisfied with Inko's answer. For just a moment, Inko had considered telling them the truth, that he was apparently a criminal who threatened to kill her. But then what? She had no proof and no idea where he actually was. She would also lose her only source of income. She hadn't actually had to work in years, and she liked that. One of the biggest reasons that she'd been so fond of Hisashi was his willingness to completely provide for her. Inko wasn't ready to give that up yet, but she wasn't ready to die for it either. Wait, how do I know you'll keep up the act? You have to text Hisashi, and keep in contact with him from now on. I won't. Izuku's cell phone was still sitting in front of him on the table from when he'd transferred Hisashi's contact. He tapped at the screen for a few moments before sliding the phone over to her. You can do it yourself. I removed the passcode and sent him a text. It's all yours now. I don't know. What if he calls? I think it would be better if you just played along. Inko eyed the phone skeptically. I'm an awful liar. You know I am. You're better off convincing him to only use text to communicate and do all of the talking yourself. Inko wanted to say no, and that this was terribly risky, but a thought occurred to her. If she claimed to have put Izuku in an expensive private school program and hired a few therapists, and Izuku confirmed it in texts, Hisashi could be convinced to send at least double his current monthly allowances. If she was careful with her spending, she might have quite the savings built up in just a few months. Then she could disappear. Maybe she'd go to America, or France, or Brazil, or anywhere else far, far away. So far, this was the first plan she'd thought of that kept her from being murdered or jailed. She reached out to take the phone. Ah! Shiratori's hand shot out and covered the cell phone before Inko got to it. With her other hand she held out a pen. Sign the paper first, then you get the phone. Inko shot another unimpressive glare at the lawyer, but she plucked the pen from Shiratori's hand, and finally signed the paper. Izuku let out a breath. He didn't realize he'd been holding as Inko shoved the signed papers back towards Shiratori. They're happy? Inko bit out sarcastically. I'm satisfied. Shiratori lifted her hand from the phone, allowing Inko to snatch the device off of the table. The lawyer scooped up the papers, shuffling them into a neat stack before sliding them back into the briefcase and latching it shut with a loud click. Now we just need to collect Izuku's things and then we'll be done here. Fine. Inko clutched the phone tightly in her hands as she stood. She stared down at Izuku for a long moment before turning and walking to her room without saying another word to her son. Kid. Hawks spoke for the first time in what felt like days as he stood up from the table. We're almost done. You've been really strong and brave and smart, and I'm proud of you. Izuku stood slowly, shaky hands gently pushing his chair back into place. Then he threw himself at the hero, wrapping his arms tightly around Hawks and burying his face in the hero's chest. Hawks wrapped his arms and wings around the kid, cooing softly in his ear. By the time Izuku managed to calm down and get a hold of himself enough to pull away from Hawks and his feathery cocoon of safety and comfort, Shiratori had already collected her voice recorder and gone down to get the moving people. She pointed the two burly moving men to Izuku's room and got them started on packing up all of his things. Hawks kept one wing gently draped over Izuku's shoulders as they watched in companionable silence as the movers trailed in and out with boxes. All for One was feeling conflicted after the phone call ended. It was not a feeling he was used to. He was unsettled by Izuku questioning whether he cared about his son. Of course he cared. However, Izuku was right that he did not show that care as clearly as he probably should. He found himself thinking about his brother for the first time in a long while. He had loved his brother, but trying to force his brother to see the world the way All for One saw it had destroyed their relationship. Unwilling to make the same mistake with his son, he had stepped back and unintentionally almost stepped right out of his life without even realizing it. He wasn't sure how to proceed. With his goals and enemies, he didn't think being even partially involved in Izuku's life would be very safe, but not being involved at all clearly hadn't worked well either. He trusted the boy's mother more than he should have, apparently, and now instead of being the most logical caregiver for his son, she was an inconvenient problem. He could make her disappear easily, but explaining it to Izuku without revealing his true nature would be an issue. It could be done, certainly, but he would have to make some arrangements and it would take time. He would need a new caretaker for Izuku, and it would have to be one that he was sure he could trust this time, and a safe location that couldn't be traced to him. Perhaps he would even start to visit his son in person. Yes, he decided, Inko would have to go. He would let her think that he was satisfied with her improved attitude while he made the necessary arrangements over the next few months, and then he would deal with her. Knowing that his son had suffered at the hands of those with unearned power made something dark within All for One begin to stir. When Izuku was little, he was so bright and kind and good, but after so many years of being treated with cruelty for something he had no control over, All for One began to wonder if perhaps his son's outlook had changed. Maybe, just maybe, his son could be gently swayed to All for One's side. Unlike with his brother, All for One would let him choose a quirk. He wouldn't force it on him. A sinister smile spread across All for One's mangled face as he pictured his son standing at his side, as his brother should have all of those years ago. All for One leaned forward at his desk, running a hand along the keyboard in front of him. The half-dozen monitors blinked to life as he used one of his technology quirks. He began scrolling through his contacts and files, sorting and rearranging them with barely a thought through the quirk as he made plans for Inko and for his son. Izuku stood in his empty room. He realized suddenly that this room perfectly encapsulated his life in this moment. The shapes of the furniture were still clearly imprinted on the carpeting, and the posters had left blocky, discolored rectangles on the walls. It was barren, stripped of everything that had been collected and built up over the years, but still bearing the imprints and shapes of the things that were now gone. Izuku turned slowly and made his way out of the room. The only thing left of his was the All Might-themed name plate on the outside of the door. He stared at it solemnly for a moment before plucking it from the door and meeting Hawks and Shiratori by the front door. "Have we got everything?" Hawks asked him. Izuku nodded. "Then let's get out of here." "That went rather well." Shiratori spoke as they walked to her car. "Really?" Hawks eyed her skeptically. "Yes. We got exactly what we wanted." "Not exactly." Hawks huffed. "I really wanted to throw her out a window and tell her husband the truth about her." Defenestration was never an achievable goal. The husband issue, however, will likely solve itself. After all, she can't possibly keep up that lie forever. Defenestration? Izuku asked. "It means to throw someone out a window." "Why is there even a term for that? And why do you know it?" Hawks stretched and shook out his wings as they stepped out onto the empty sidewalk. "It's a useful term to know." "So, what's next?" Izuku asked as they reached Shiratori's car. "Next I file this paperwork at the courthouse, you become officially emancipated, and then you go home with Hawks to start your new life." Izuku nodded to himself. His eyes caught on the yellow backpack in the back seat of Shiratori's car through the window. "Before we go," he opened the car door and started emptying out the bag, stacking his school supplies neatly on the floorboard. He pulled the bag from the car. The sight of it now made him feel sick, thinking only of his mother's words the night before. He took it quickly over to the side of the building, pausing only for a moment before dropping the backpack in the open dumpster. He stood there for a moment longer, fiddling with the nameplate in his hand before tossing that in too. Izuku breathed out a deep sigh, shoulders slumping in relief. As he walked back to the car, he felt immeasurably lighter. Izuku was quiet as Hawks arranged for the movers to take his stuff all the way to Fukuoka. He stayed silently lost in thought as Shiratori drove them to the courthouse and filed the paperwork. Finally, as the three of them stood outside the courthouse, Izuku spoke. "I want to change my name." Hawks and Shiratori looked mildly surprised at his sudden declaration. "I already look so much like my mother, and I can't change that, but I don't want to keep her name too." His voice wavered. "Please." "Okay, kid." Hawks gave him a soft look. "What do you want to change it to?" I don't know, just something different. Not Midoriya." "Well, we've got a long ride ahead of us, so there's plenty of time to think about it." As he spoke, the van that he had hired to drive them to the train station pulled up to the curb. He and Izuku said their goodbyes to Shiratori, and Izuku collected his suitcase and school things from her backseat, transferring them to the van and using the extra space to open his suitcase and cram in everything from his backpack. "Let me know what name you decide on. I'll want to keep an eye out for when you become a hero." Shiratori gave him an unexpectedly soft smile. "I think you'll be one of the few pro-heroes that I actually like." Izuku choked out a shocked noise. "You really believe I can do it?" "I do." Her voice was firm and held no trace of doubt. Izuku bit his lip, thinking for a moment. I'm not sure about my new name yet, but I do kind of have an idea about a hero name, maybe." He trailed off, mumbling under his breath. "Let's hear it then," Hawks said cheerfully. Izuku took a deep breath, and with way more confidence than he felt, spoke. "The limitless hero, Infinity." It felt right, he realized. He hadn't said it out loud yet until this moment, and he hadn't been entirely sure of it until now. "It's because of what you told me this morning about heroes being limited by only thinking about their quirks, and how, without a quirk, I have infinite possibilities. It was the first time anyone ever called my quirklessness a good thing, and it made me feel, I don't even know, really good. So I wanted to keep that feeling, and maybe help others like me feel it too." "The limitless hero, Infinity," Hawks said slowly, as if testing out every syllable. "I like it." His face split into a wide grin. "It's a great name for the first quirkless hero." "It is." Shiratori nodded solemnly. "I look forward to seeing the hero you become." Izuku barely held back tears as he and Hawks climbed into the van and left. "Don't worry, kid. I'm sure we'll see her again soon. She really liked you." He used the extra room in the van to stretch out his wings a bit. "Oh, and I had an idea. What you said about looking like your mother. Do you want to dye your hair? We have a few hours to kill before the overnight train to Fukuoka. I could take you to a salon." Izuku perked up immediately. "I'd really like that." By the time Izuku and Hawks stepped on the train that evening, Izuku felt like a whole new person. His once messy green hair was now inky black and styled with products to enhance his natural curls, and he was sporting a pair of shiny silver studs in his ears. He'd asked for them hesitantly, eyeing Hawk's own pierced ears, after he'd chosen black for his hair with Shiratori in mind. "I've been thinking that Takami is a good name," Hawks said after they'd settled into their private cabin on the train. "It was mine before," he trailed off, staring out the window. "Takami." Izuku tested the name out. "Izuku Takami." "Only if you want it, of course," Hawks said quickly. Still, hearing his kid, and yes, Izuku was still his kid even though they went with emancipation instead of adoption, using his old name made something warm and soft rise in his chest. "I like it." Izuku smiled brightly. "Izuku Takami." He repeated quietly to himself. Hawks found himself smiling too. "Tamura Shigaraki." The calm, deep voice of Kurojiri cut through the background noise of Tamura's video game. "What?" he hissed. "Master wishes to speak with you." Instantly Tamura's irritation was replaced with excited anticipation. He stood swiftly from his computer chair and practically ran down the stairs to the television in the bar that was set up to communicate with All for One. "Sensei." His voice was slightly breathless and full of admiration. Tamura. All for one greeted. Tell me how you've been. How are your plans for the destruction of hero society coming along? All for one listened as his protege rambled excitedly. His schemes were juvenile and their success unlikely, but he encouraged the boy with affection and pride. It was all fake, of course. He simply told the desperate, twisted boy what he wanted to hear in order to keep his fanatical adoration. All for one had spent years stoking the boy's rage and hatred at the society that had cast him aside and refused to help him as a child, while being the only person to give him unconditional affection and praise. Now Tamura was a lethal, insane weapon ready to be fired at the heroes, and All Might in particular. Whether the boy succeeded or not, his very existence would strike a blow that would irreparably wound All Might. Unfortunately, encouraging his crazed state had some downsides. For example, he could be unpredictably violent towards his own allies. His fits of manic rage could take out anyone in the vicinity, friend or foe, indiscriminately. If All for One was going to bring his son into this life, even in a limited role, he had to be sure that his insane attack dog wouldn't bite him. To that end, All for One decided to bring up the existence of his son carefully and early, so that he would have plenty of time to make sure Tamura wouldn't feel overwhelmed or threatened and lash out at Izuku. He would have to stress the importance of family and reassure Tamura that he wasn't in danger of being replaced. "Did I ever tell you about my little brother?" All for One asked after Tamura wound down from his excited chattering. "Little brother?" Tamura was clearly thrown by the question. All for One hummed in affirmation. Then he told Tamura the story of All for One and One for All. It was heavily edited, of course, and he put particular emphasis on the importance of family and his desire to protect his little brother, even from his brother's own choices. When he was finished, they sat in silence for a time. "Do you miss him?" Tamura asked, uncharacteristically hesitant. "Every day," he lied. All for One did feel regret for the way things happened back then, and thinking so much about his brother did fill him with nostalgia, but 100 years is a long time. Everything he once felt so strongly for his brother was tempered and distanced by the decades. "I wanted to tell you this now for a reason, Tamura. There is something I want you to know, and I need you to fully understand why it's so important to me. Why family is so important to me." He smiled as he sensed that he had Tamura's undivided attention. "I have a child. A son." He heard Tamura's sharp intake of breath and gave him a few moments to process before continuing. "He has been raised by his mother for the past 14 years and he doesn't know anything about who I am or what I do. I told them that I was an analyst for a company in America and have kept them away from the dangers of my life." All for One told him the boy was quirkless and innocent and kind, but that the world had been cruel to him, just like it had been to Tamura. He told him about the unexpected apathy of the boy's mother, just like the indifference of the people who never helped Tamura when he was a suffering child. He didn't say anything, however, about a hero saving Izuku. That would not be helpful to the narrative he was carefully crafting and the feelings he was trying to invoke in Tamura. "So you see, I can no longer leave the boy in the care of his mother, but bringing him here would be too dangerous. He isn't strong like you." "But you will save him, right, Sensei? Like you saved me?" "Of course, Tamura, but I must make preparations first, to ensure that my enemies don't know of his existence. They would surely attempt to hurt him and use him against me." "Right, of course." Tamura hesitated. "Can I? Can you what, Tamura?" All for One could sense Tamura fidgeting. "Can I meet him?" he asked quietly. "When you move him somewhere safe, can I meet your son?" His voice was uncertain but slightly hopeful. "Yes." All for One smiled in smug satisfaction. "After all, you are my adopted son, and that makes Izuku your little brother. He is not just my family. He is yours too." After they said their goodbyes, All for One secretly listened in on the bar for a few minutes to be sure that Tamura had been honest about his feelings. He needed to be sure that he'd put the right ideas and mindset into his protege's head to keep Izuku safe once they eventually met each other. "Little brother. I have a little brother." He heard Tamura whisper to himself in wonder. He sounded happy. "Good." All for One sighed to himself, switching the bar's microphones off. "Very good. That went better than I was expecting. Now, what quirks will be best for Izuku's caretaker?" He mumbled. planning out the nomu he would have the doctor make to care for Izuku and, if necessary, keep him imprisoned until he came around to all for one side. I may need to collect some new quirks for this. He hadn't actively collected quirks for a few years, knowing that All Might and his allies thought him dead, and wanting to keep it that way. Now, however, he had reason to risk it, so maybe he should see if anything out there would be particularly useful. He seemed to remember hearing about some pathetic Yakuza sect having some interesting and useful quirks. Perhaps he would pay them a visit. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity for Izuku. He wound up donating almost all of the things they brought from his old room. No matter how guilty he felt about having Hawks pay for the hassle of moving everything, Izuku just couldn't bring himself to unpack all of the All Might merch. It stayed in the stack of boxes for 2 days before a smiling Hawks suggested burning it all. Izuku talked him down from destroying it all, and they decided it would be best to donate everything to a local organization for children in poverty. Izuku got his name changed. He was now officially and legally Izuku Takami. He cried, of course. Surprisingly, Hawks shed a few tears as well, before texting Shiratori a selfie of the two of them grinning brightly. Izuku Takami says hi, smiley face. He texted right after the photo. She texted him back a reminder that she was very busy and unless he wanted to be billed for further services, he should refrain from texting her. Also, she said, tell Izuku hi back and that he looks nice. Registering for Fukuoka's correspondence school program was surprisingly quick and easy, even if Izuku had to keep rewriting his name because he was so used to writing Midoriya. He was scheduled to come in on the next Saturday to take a proficiency exam and discuss a customized schedule, so he had several days to adjust to his new home before restarting school. Hawk's home, as it turned out, was on the top floor of an upscale apartment building about a 10-minute walk, or barely 1-minute flight, from his agency. It was bright and open, with high ceilings, an entire wall of windows, and a large balcony. In the middle of the living room, instead of a couch, was what Hawks proudly declared the best part of the whole house. Hawks said it was technically called a conversation pit, but really, it was a nest. It was a sunken-in area filled with an absurd amount of mismatched cushions, pillows, and throw blankets. At one end of the squarish pit was a TV and entertainment center, and there was a clear bit of carpet there, but every other surface was covered with plush softness. There weren't even couches, just cushions and pillows lining the walls of the pit. It was heavenly. The rest of the apartment was fairly ordinary. It had 3 bedrooms, one of which was used as storage and contained bins of merch prototypes, fan mail, old damaged costume pieces, and other miscellaneous bric-a-brac. The other extra room had been a guest bedroom before it became Izuku's. It already had a bed, dresser, shelf, and desk, so Izuku and Hawks donated the furniture that they had brought from Izuku's old room. In the end, after sorting through and donating the things Izuku no longer wanted, very few of his things stayed besides what was in the suitcase he originally packed. Hawks was quick to get Izuku settled and waved off his concerns about the cost and hassle of everything. After all, the new laptop and phone and some clothes and non-All Might themed bedding were all necessary, and Hawks could definitely afford it. Once all of the necessities were taken care of, Hawks even set up a bank account for Izuku with a generous weekly allowance. By that time he had finally worn Izuku down enough to stop objecting to all of the money being spent on him. In between patrols, Hawks also took Izuku to the doctor for a general checkup, where he was prescribed a course of antibiotics for a minor infection from the villain incident, and got him scheduled for regular appointments with a highly rated therapist who had experience with bullied teens. It was a very busy week, but Hawks was well trained in multitasking and high-pressure situations. Still, he found himself feeling oddly relaxed and happy. He hadn't even realized before how lonely his life had been without Izuku. He patrolled, did paperwork, kept up his training, occasionally went out drinking with Rumi, then came home, ate takeout, and went to sleep. He rarely even used his awesome living room nest except when he brought home paperwork and used a tray table in the nest. Now though, when he woke up Izuku was already up watching the morning news with coffee waiting for him. They did yoga together before Hawks left for his agency, and when Hawks came back in the evening, Izuku sometimes had a home-cooked meal waiting for him. It was never anything fancy, but Hawks couldn't remember the last time he had a homemade meal. They even watched movies together in the nest. It was the first time in his life that he felt like he was a part of a real family, even though it was only the two of them. Katsuki Bakugo stood in front of Deku's front door, glaring at it like the door had just insulted him. Deku hadn't been to school all week and it was seriously pissing Katsuki off. Katsuki didn't know what bullshit Deku had told Hawks, or why Hawks even cared what some quirkless weakling said, but he was going to beat it out of Deku if it was the last thing he did. The loser just needed to stop hiding and face Katsuki. He raised a clenched fist and knocked aggressively. After a minute, the door swung open revealing Inko Midoriya. "Oh, Katsuki dear, what are you doing here?" Katsuki was surprised by how tired she looked. There were dark circles under her hazy and unfocused eyes, and despite it being the afternoon, she was still wearing pajamas and had no makeup on. She looked sick. "Are you okay, Auntie Inko?" Katsuki fought the urge to step back. He really didn't want to get sick, but he shouldn't be rude to Auntie Inko. She and his mom had been best friends since before he and Deku had been born. If she told his mom that he was acting rude, he'd never hear the end of it from the old hag. "Oh, I suppose I'm not very put together at the moment." She brushed some of her sleep-ruffled hair away from her face. With that movement, Katsuki caught the unmistakable smell of alcohol wafting off of her. He scrunched his nose in disgust and confusion at the smell. Auntie almost never drank, and definitely never in the middle of the day. "What the hell? I came to tell Dezuku about a project that the teacher assigned today. Since he hasn't been at school this week and all." He was so thrown by the realization that Auntie Inko was drunk that he almost forgot the excuse he came up with for why he was here. He was even holding a random packet of papers in one hand. "Oh sweetie, that's so nice of you. Such a good boy." She sighed. "Wish Izuku was more like you," she trailed off, mumbling so quietly that Katsuki could only catch a few words here and there. "Never good enough." Her words turned to choked-off sobs. "Auntie?" Katsuki hated it when people cried. It made him uncomfortable, which made him pissed off. "Sorry, Katsuki, but it's really not a good time." She sniffled. "And you don't have to worry about Izuku anymore. He's not going to be, well, you just don't need to worry about him anymore, okay?" She looked up at him with those watery green eyes. "I'm not worried about that nerd." He snapped automatically. Good. She turned, wobbling a little, and shut the door on him. Katsuki stood there in shock for several minutes, trying to make sense of that bizarre conversation. Eventually, he turned and walked away. As he walked down the sidewalk, he passed the dumpsters by the side of the building and suddenly remembered the papers still clenched in one hand. They were crumpled in his fist, but that was fine. It was just a bunch of old notes he'd already rewritten. He sighed in irritation, striding over to toss them in the trash. As he threw the papers in the dumpster, he froze. It felt like his blood had turned to ice in his veins. He reached out slowly and pulled a very familiar bright yellow backpack from where it was half buried under a black garbage bag, ignoring the dirt and the smell. As he lifted it from the dumpster, there was a light clattering noise. Something had been caught on the bag and fell on the ground. Katsuki looked down. Izuku, the little wooden plaque proclaimed under two little spikes that looked like All Might's signature hairstyle. He dropped the bag like it had burned him. He stood there, breathing raggedly like he had just run a marathon and going back over his conversation with Auntie Inko in his mind. He replayed it over and over and over, but could only come to one conclusion that made any kind of sense. Deku was dead. He almost definitely killed himself sometime after Hawks took him home. This was all that bird fuck's fault, not his. Hawks probably told him some mean bullshit because he's an asshole and then left like he did to Katsuki. It would have hurt the loser's feelings way more coming from a hero than anything Katsuki ever said to him. So that was that. Deku killed himself like the pathetic coward he was, and it was all the bird fuck's fault, and Katsuki had nothing to do with it. He shoved his shaking hands in his pockets and walked away, ignoring the yellow backpack he left behind, just like he ignored the pain and guilt twisting his stomach into knots. Izuku really didn't want to do this. He had one blissful week of living with Hawks and being free of the taunts and torment. Now he was headed to the school building to finish the enrollment process and meet with his supervising teacher for the first time. It was necessary, he knew that it was, but he was dreading this so much. Hawks had offered to come with him, but Izuku didn't want the extra attention that would bring right off the bat. Izuku squared his shoulders and did a quick breathing exercise that his new therapist had taught him in their first session yesterday before entering the building. Yasuda-sensei was a short, portly man with a shiny bald head, small rectangular glasses perched on a tiny, upturned nose in the center of his tan and wrinkled face, and a big brownish-green and yellow patterned shell on his back. Izuku wondered if the obvious turtle mutation was his entire quirk or if he had other abilities too, like how hawks had wings but could also control his feathers. He managed to keep those thoughts to himself, though, as he did his best to make a good impression, or at least as good of an impression as he could considering his quirkless status. His past teachers had always been irritated when they got stuck with the quirkless kid in their class. It never mattered how respectful or helpful he tried to be, they all looked at him with pity or disgust, and complained to the other teachers when they thought he wasn't listening. They wondered what the point was in teaching someone like him. It's not like he can contribute to society, they would say to one another. Teaching him is wasted time and effort, I just don't see why I should even bother. So Izuku listened attentively to Yasuda-sensei as he gave a tour of the building and explained the learning structure in depth, as well as which of the school's facilities and clubs were available for the students in the correspondence program. He knew it was probably pointless, but he still couldn't help trying to show that he was a good and respectful student. Yasuda-sensei turned to Izuku, the top of his shiny bald head even with the boy's nose, as he finished the tour just outside a nondescript door with a small plaque next to it labeling the room Study Room 3. And this is where you'll be with the correspondence class. He opened the door, ushering Izuku into the room. Izuku expected a normal classroom, but it wasn't quite that. Instead of normal desks, there were 6 tables arranged in 2 rows. Each table had 2 chairs, leaving plenty of space for abnormal-sized and shaped students, which was clearly necessary. Almost all of the students had a physical mutation of some sort, and not the universally appealing kind like cute cat ears or a fluffy tail. One student had arachnid features including multiple eyes and mandibles, another looked like he was made of porcelain with big, round doll-like eyes, and one particularly large student had multiple muscular arms with webbing between them. Izuku bit his lip to keep from getting too excited about all of the amazing mutation quirks he was seeing and starting up a mumble storm. That would not make a good impression on his new teacher and classmates. All right, everyone. The teacher stood at the front of the room next to Izuku. We have a new student joining us. Please introduce yourself and tell the class a little bit about you. I am Izuku Takami. I just am moved here from Yuzudafu and Hawks is my favorite hero. He managed to only stutter a little. Pleased to meet you. He knew that he was expected to talk about his quirk or lack thereof. It was a part of everyone's introduction when meeting a new class like this, but he wanted this temporary peace to last a little longer. He hated watching people's reactions to his quirkless status. At least this way when they eventually found out he wouldn't have to watch all of their expressions turn to pity or disgust all at once. His therapist said that Izuku's quirklessness wasn't something to be ashamed of, but that he knew it would take some time to break out of that mindset. Izuku was already scheduled for 2 sessions a week. Apparently, a decade of mental, emotional, verbal, and physical abuse by not just peers, but those in positions of authority had really messed up his head and thought processes. In fact, the therapist told him that a lot of what he would be doing was just teaching Izuku how to recognize which thoughts and actions were the product of abuse and neglect. All right, take a seat and we'll get started. The teacher's beady orange eyes scanned the room quickly before settling on the multi-armed student. You can sit in the open place next to Mizo Shoji. He gestured to an open chair 2 rows back. The white-haired student with multiple arms nodded in greeting as Izuku sat down next to him. Izuku was given a thick packet of papers, meant to test his proficiency levels across many subjects, while the other students began on their own individualized work and tests under the supervision of Yasuda-sensei. Izuku paused at the 7th question. His pencil hovered over the wrong answer choice. He had already circled the wrong answer without really thinking about it. He always answered several questions wrong on his assignments. Never enough to get a bad grade, but just enough to stay below Bakugo. If he didn't, Bakugo's rage at not being number 1 would leave Izuku far more burned than usual. The teachers never seemed to care, except to make sure that the whole class knew that he had scored so high. At first, Izuku had thought that the teachers were praising him for doing well, but he quickly realized that they were just putting a target on his back, not just for Bakugo, but also for the bitter students who didn't do as well on whatever assignment or test that Izuku had just aced. After all, it doesn't look good for the most promising students to fall behind the least promising one, so the teachers made a point of calling him out so that the other students could deal with him. So here he was, having kept to his ingrained pattern without really thinking about it. He bit his lip and took a deep breath before carefully erasing what he'd circled and marking the right answer. Izuku had, for years now, been very careful to dumb himself down for his classmates and teachers, to keep them from feeling like they needed to put him in his place. They weren't here now though, and maybe he wouldn't have to do that anymore. Izuku had spent years with no friends and no extracurricular activities or clubs to take up his time. With nothing else to do, he had plenty of time to get ahead in his studies. He wondered what his grades would be if he actually applied himself and tried to get the best scores that he could. He smiled down at his test, excited to find out. Hawks hovered high in the air over Mizudafu. He had his phone in one hand, waiting for an alert about All Might. The man was always all over the news, a robber apprehended here, a hostage situation resolved there. Hawks just needed one sighting somewhere within the range of his incredibly sharp avian eyesight. He had taken several early and late patrols over the past week in order to have extra time today to try to corner All Might. So far, he'd managed to keep the eyes of the commission off his kid, and he really wanted to keep it that way, and so he planned to manufacture a situation where Hawks found out about All Might's secret and it had nothing to do with Izuku. He just had to happen upon All Might becoming small. Might seemingly by accident. If he could just get his eyes on the guy, it should be easy to follow him from the air and drop in at the right moment. Based on how he interacted with Izuku, it shouldn't be too difficult. All Might clearly wasn't careful at all with his big secret. It was kind of mind-boggling how it wasn't already out there. After all, he just blurted it out to some random civilian and then wandered off. He was incredibly lucky that Izuku wasn't a villain or criminal or even just someone willing to make a few bucks and get his 5 minutes of fame by revealing secrets about the #1 hero. Hawks wasn't a naive and easily influenced hero fan like Izuku. He was a bird of prey, and he couldn't wait to sink his talons into the man who left his kid alone and hurt on a rooftop. Yes, All Might had been incredibly lucky so far, but that luck was about to run out. He was so focused on scanning the streets below for that ridiculous hairdo All Might sported that he almost jumped out of his skin when his phone pinged with an alert. He skimmed the Hero Watcher's post and smiled. His sharp eyes zeroed in on an intersection below as the distant sound of sirens reached his ears, and he dove. Hawks tucked himself into the shadows of a billboard on a roof overlooking the intersection. His sharp golden eyes locked on to the scene below. It was clearly the aftermath of an attempted robbery. The sidewalk in front of a jewelry store was littered with glittering glass shards from a broken display window, and police officers were shoving a dark-haired man in the back of a police car. All Might stood off to the side grinning, laughing boisterously, and posing for photos with a rapidly growing crowd of fans. Hawks stayed on his toes, ready to take off at any moment to follow All Might. He couldn't afford to lose the man now that he had eyes on him, especially considering that he didn't know how much of All Might's limited hero time had already been used up for the day. After almost 20 minutes of watching All Might sign autographs and give interviews to the reporters who had shown up, Hawks was about to tear his own hair out. Either All Might had lied about his 3-hour time limit, or he had just wasted 20 minutes of his extremely limited and valuable hero work time on flirting with fans and preening in front of the cameras. Regardless of which was true, Hawks was furious. Finally, All Might gave one last dramatic pose before leaping away across the rooftops. If Hawks hadn't been ready and waiting for it, he would surely have been left in the dust. The man was fast, but so was Hawks. All Might bounced from roof to roof, carefully watching his surroundings and changing his direction several times, no doubt to keep from being tracked or followed. Too bad for him, he never checked the sky. Despite the vast variety of quirks, flight was still rare enough that most people don't look out for someone following them from above. Even so, Hawks stayed high enough to be mistaken for a bird at first glance and used his exceptional eyesight to his advantage. When All Might suddenly jumped down into an isolated alleyway, Hawks dove down and silently perched on the edge of a roof overlooking the alley. He cautiously peered over the edge to keep his eyes on the other hero. All Might was leaning against the alley wall when he was suddenly engulfed in white steam and shrunk down in an instant. Even though Hawks was waiting for that very thing, he was still shocked. Small Might was sickly and frail-looking. His brightly colored costume hung limply from his emaciated frame as a bony wrist wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn. Hawks stepped up to the edge of the roof he was on, dropping all attempts at stealth now that he found All Might exactly how he wanted to. You really just shriveled up like a raisin, huh? All Might had a violent, full-bodied flinch at the younger hero's sudden appearance and words. Excuse me? He spluttered, blood trickling from his gaping mouth. Hawks did his best not to grin at the gobsmacked look on the number one hero's face. He did, however, use the backlighting of the sun and his flexing wings to disguise the fact that he had his phone out and was taking several quick pictures to share with Izuku later. His kid deserved to get to see this too. He tucked his phone away subtly and stepped off of the edge of the building, letting his wings catch him and gliding gracefully to the ground in front of All Might. Sup? Hawks could no longer keep the sharp grin off his face. Oh, a dash. All Might cleared his throat and took a deep breath before starting over. Young man dash. Hawks. He interjected. But I would think you'd know that after all, I am pretty recognizable. He pointedly flapped his large red wings a couple of times and smirked. Yes, of course, well, young Hawks dash. Just Hawks. I'm not a child. Younger than you definitely, but still the number 3 pro hero in the country. I owe it. Hawks. He paused as if waiting for another interruption. When that didn't happen, he continued. I'm sure you have questions, but I must impress on you the need for absolute secrecy on this matter. No one can know about what you've just seen and what I'm about to tell you. I'm sure you understand as a fellow hero. Hawks gave a non-committal hum, and then flapped his hand as if to say get on with it. All Might frowned in consternation at the younger hero, but continued speaking anyway. He told Hawks the same things that he'd told Izuku, and Hawks made no indication that he already knew. He stood and listened impassively throughout, not even flinching at the sight of the gruesome injury or as the hero admitted to his 3-hour time limit. So I'm sure I can count on you to keep all of this quiet. All Might said confidently. No. Huh. I said no, Small Might. Did your ears get injured in that fight too? I can talk louder if you're having trouble hearing. Hawks said with blatantly fake concern. Small? I don't understand. Small Might. Hawks explained smugly. You know, because you're a shriveled up, shrunken down version of All Might, but you're focusing on the wrong part of that sentence. All Might was doing his best impression of a flummoxed fish. His mouth opened and closed but no sound came out. The important part is that I said no. I will not keep this quiet, but who finds out is up to you. You've got 2 choices here, Small Might. Hawks held up one finger. First option is you and I arrange a time to go talk to the Hero Commission President and the Board of Directors. You tell them what you told me and we all work together to keep the country from falling apart when you retire. He held up a second finger. Or option number 2 is that I say fuck you and send the pictures I took and my story to every news station and tabloid in the country. So which will it be? And before you answer, you should know that I already sent the pictures to someone I trust, so even if you killed me or destroyed my phone, your secret would still get out. I would never kill a fellow hero. All Might blustered. How could you think so lowly of me? And you cannot tell the Hero Commission I mean Hawks. He immediately corrected himself at the other hero's stern glare. Give me a good reason why not. The more people who know, the easier it will be for it to get out to the general public. If you're trying to keep this from the public, you're doing a shitty job. The commission couldn't be any more careless than you have been. I don't know what you mean. I haven't been careless. Last week I happened to fly over Mizudafu on my day off. You may have heard about a certain slime villain mess I was involved in. Didn't you apprehend and then lose that villain earlier that day? He asked pointedly, clearly already knowing the answer. Oh, you saw me lose that villain, huh? All Might looked off to the side, ashamed of his failure. Is that why you're upset? No, I didn't. Besides, every hero fails to capture a villain every now and then. That's not why. Hawks debated, telling All Might that the reason he was angry was that the hero almost caused his kid's death. He thought about berating All Might for his careless and ignorant words to Izuku. He couldn't trust that the other hero wouldn't mention it to the commission when they went in though. It just wasn't worth it to risk Izuku getting the commission's attention yet. I saw you ditch some kid on a rooftop. You deflated, and I'm assuming you told him way more than you should have without knowing anything about him. Talk about recklessness. Tisk tisk tisk. He shook his head. But I made sure he got home okay. Unlike you went unspoken. So I thought about what I should do, and decided to confront you about it. It took less than a full afternoon to find you in this compromising position, so I guess you're pretty lucky it was just me who happened upon your situation. So yeah, you have been extremely careless with such a huge secret. I suppose, All Might said haltingly, that I should be more careful. However, this is still not something the Hero Commission needs to know about. He said firmly. Yeah, they do, 'cause you decided to fuck all of society over, and they need to know so they can at least try to mitigate the damage. All Might coughed and sputtered, spraying droplets of blood into the air. Hawks took a quick step back, dodging the majority of the blood, but a few drops landed on his sleeve. Dude. Hawks frowned at the red stains. Not cool. I think you've misunderstood something. I became the symbol of peace for the betterment of society, to give people the feeling of safety and security. I wanted people to feel like no matter what they would be okay because I am here. Wait. Are you saying that you became a symbol on purpose? Yes. He said proudly. I planned on being a symbol of peace from the very beginning, when I was just a boy with big dreams. I hate you so fucking much. Hawks pinched the bridge of his nose and let out an aggrieved sigh. You are such a goddamn idiot. I don't understand. Clearly. Hawks hissed venomously, glaring at the other hero. So let me explain it to you in nice simple words that even a moron like you can understand. And as All Might stood there in shock, Hawks laid out clearly and concisely the consequences of building up society's peace to be reliant on a single person. He pointed out the other hero's already frail state and the inevitability of his fall and the likelihood of the hero's violent collapse at the hands of a villain on live television. He asked if All Might had ever even thought about what will happen to the country when he goes down. It was clear that he hadn't given it much thought at all. He had some vague excuse about finding a successor to take up the mantle of being the new symbol, but even that was barely thought out and unrealistic. He'd had 5 years since his injury and hadn't even started seriously looking, and even if he did find someone to support and mentor, who can say if the public would accept them as a new symbol, and that would still have the exact same problem of hanging all of society's sense of peace and safety on a single, fallible, mortal person. It was a dumb, dangerous idea from the very beginning, and Hawks told him so. It's a good thing I wasn't a fan of yours to begin with, All Might, because I would be so damn disappointed in you. Hawks shook his head. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, tossing it to the other hero. All Might fumbled but managed to hold on to the paper. That's my number, don't use it for anything but business, and a time and date to meet up at the commission headquarters. If you want to cancel or delay, you better have a damn good reason. Okay. The older hero looked like a kicked puppy. Hawks almost felt bad, but then he remembered that All Might had left his kid on a rooftop after a traumatic villain attack. Fuck him. I'll send you a bill for the dry cleaning. He gestured to the blood splatters on his sleeve. Hawks flexed his wings, then shot up into the air. He didn't spare a glance back at the number 1 hero. He pulled out his phone as he flew, sending off a text message. I feel like takeout tonight. What do you want for dinner, kid? Izuku found that schoolwork was remarkably easy and took almost no time to get done when he wasn't constantly on edge and could focus. It was kind of ridiculous, actually, how quickly he could get his weekly work done if he really tried. It gave him a massive amount of free time, which was quick to fill, at Hawk's suggestion, with several extra weekly classes and lots of practice and research time. He took parkour, Muay Thai, yoga, support design for beginners, and several science and technology classes that he found really interesting. He wound up having extra classes every day of the week except Saturday. His new daily routine bore almost no resemblance to his old one. He woke up early to eat breakfast and do a quick yoga routine with Hawks, then spend an hour or two on schoolwork before taking his extra class or classes of the day. Several of the science and technology courses were online, but the support design, Muay Thai, and yoga classes were all within walking distance of the apartment, and his therapist and parkour class were a short bus ride away. Being in the middle of the city was remarkably convenient. If he was out of the apartment for classes at lunchtime, he'd stop at a convenience store and grab something to take to a park to eat. After his classes, he'd go home and practice and research the things he'd learned until dinner, which he would make or Hawks would bring home takeout. They had both learned quickly that Hawks should stay out of the kitchen. He was great at many things, but cooking wasn't one of them, and the brand new scorch marks on the cabinet next to the stove were there to prove it. They would eat together and talk about their days. They'd watch a little TV and then he'd fall into bed, exhausted but satisfied. Izuku didn't know he could be so happy. The one exception to his newfound happiness was therapy. He didn't want to say that he hated it, but he kind of hated it. Izuku just wanted to forget that his life before had even happened. He was happy and safe now, so why should he have to think about all the other stuff? The first session hadn't been that bad. He'd had to tell another person about what happened with school and his mother, and that sucked. But afterwards he'd felt a bit lighter, especially when the therapist had reiterated that Izuku didn't deserve to be treated that way. She had even taught him several exercises to help with his anxiety. The sessions after that, though, left him feeling so conflicted. She spent almost an entire session trying to get Izuku to admit to being angry, and telling him that expressing anger is healthy. Izuku wasn't angry, and even if he was, how could it possibly ever be healthy and good? She tried to teach him several ways to handle and calm his anger, even though he wasn't angry. She said that anger was a natural reaction to being hurt or mistreated. At this point, Izuku could admit that he had been hurt and mistreated, but that didn't mean he was angry. Anger was aggressive and hurtful and cruel. Anger made people mean. Izuku wasn't angry. He huffed out an aggravated breath, tossing his pencil down on his open notebook where he had been drawing out and labeling a circuit board for his design class. Izuku had gotten home from his therapy session just a couple of hours ago, and he was still feeling all out of sorts. He wasn't angry, though, just slightly irritated or maybe disgruntled. He got up from his desk and wandered into the kitchen, looking for a snack or something to distract him for a while since he couldn't focus on his studies at the moment. Hawks couldn't cook to save his life, but he had a very high metabolism, so the whole apartment was filled with snacks. Most of them were healthy, like various kinds of nuts, fruits, granola bars, rice crackers, and veggie snacks like crunchy wasabi peas, but there were a few bags of potato chips and boxes of cookies and Pocky too. Hawks walked into the kitchen to see Izuku glaring at a cabinet full of cookies and granola bars. He paused a moment, before using a feather to snag a box of strawberry Pocky from the open cabinet. Dang kid, what did those cookies do to offend you? He hopped up to sit on the counter next to where Izuku was standing. Huh. You're glaring at those boxes of cookies like they just said all heroes suck. Hawks nibbled on a Pocky stick. So what's up? Why are you upset? I'm not mad. Izuku continued glaring at the contents of the cabinet. Okay? I didn't say you were. My therapist. Izuku sighed out a harsh breath, grabbing a box of ginger cookies and shutting the cabinet. She kept saying that I have every right to be mad and that it's natural to be angry, but I'm not angry. He hopped up on the counter next to Hawks, tearing open the box and shoving a cookie in his mouth. Hawks watched the kid aggressively chomp on the cookie and raised an eyebrow. You sure? It's okay if you are, you know. No. Izuku turned his irritated gaze on the hero next to him. It's not okay. Anger is bad. I'm not angry. He gritted out. Anger is bad, huh? Izuku nodded emphatically, shoving another cookie in his mouth. But I get angry all the time. I get angry at villains like that slime guy and the assholes who hurt you. That's different, though. Izuku was quick to reassure him. You get angry at villains and people who hurt others. That's not the same. Not the same as what? Being angry for yourself. It makes you mean. It makes you selfish and cruel. If Hawks didn't have enhanced hearing, he wouldn't have heard the next words that Izuku whispered to himself. Like Kaken. Hawks thought to himself, that makes sense. Izuku's view on anger was clearly heavily influenced by the angriest person in his life, Katsuki Baku. From that perspective, it was easy to see how he would associate anger with the self-obsessed blonde and see it as a solely negative trait. He had probably never seen a healthy and reasonable person's reaction to feeling anger. I don't think that's true. Hawks nibbled his Pocky, deep in thought. I'm still angry at the way I've been treated by my handler and my trainers at the Hero Commission, and I don't think it's made me cruel. Izuku made a questioning sound. Hawks sighed and hopped down from the counter. Come on, kid. This story should happen in the nest. It'll be way more comfortable. They snuggled into the nest, sitting across from each other. Hawks pulled a plush velvety blue pillow into his lap, running his fingers back and forth across the fuzzy surface. As he spoke, he kept his eyes on the abstract waves that his fingers made as he dragged them across the velvet. I barely remember my parents. My father was a thief and a murderer, and my mother was an alcoholic. They weren't nice people, and the few memories that I still have of them aren't nice either. When I was little, I went out and saved some people from a car crash. I used my feathers to pull them to safety, and somehow, it got back to the commission. They thought my quirk would make me a great hero. My father had already been arrested and my mother and I were living on the streets, so when commission agents offered to support her financially in exchange for me, well, she must have been thrilled. She could get rid of her kid and get paid for it. What's not to love about that? He let out a bitter chuckle before taking a deep breath and continuing. So then I belonged to the Hero Commission's Future Heroes program. They assigned me a handler who was personally responsible for overseeing my progress and ensuring that the commission's investment in me didn't go to waste. It didn't seem so bad at first. I had 3 square meals a day, a bed with blankets, and my own room. I didn't care that the room was locked at night or that I spent all day in training until I was exhausted or that they changed my name to Hawks. But after a while, he let out a strained sigh. After a while I realized that I was never allowed outside. Then my handlers started punishing me for what they called undesirable traits. Things like chirping and perching on chairs instead of sitting, and getting distracted by shiny things, and staring too intently at things in a way that looks too predatory and intimidating. And the training kept getting harder and harder until I was collapsing and passing out at the end of the sessions more often than not. Hawks looked up at the little gasp he heard to find Izuku's vibrant green eyes swimming with unshed tears. Hawks, that's Dash. Izuku shook his head, fluffy black curls bouncing with the violent movement. That's terrible and illegal. Yeah, but there's more, so sit tight and listen till the end, okay? I've been planning on telling you about this anyway, so I might as well get the whole story out at once. Izuku nodded slowly, still looking terribly distressed. He pulled a round cream-colored pillow into his lap and wrapped his arms around it. Hawk's lips quirked up in a soft little smile at the sight. It looked like Izuku was snuggling a giant egg. So, Hawks continued, after a few years, it started getting better, or I guess I was getting better. I could do the exercises without passing out, and I repressed the undesirable traits, and I had stopped asking to be let outside. I was doing everything they asked of me, but it was still never enough. My handler and my trainers would watch me give everything I had to pass their tests with flawless scores, and they would mark it down on their clipboards and move on to the next test. No good job or well done, they just adjust my training to up the difficulty, and that's how my life went for years. Sometimes I would spar against other kids and teens who were involved in the program, but they at least had homes to go back to. I was the only one who was housed at the commission. My handler had always told me that they were preparing me to be a great hero, and that the training was necessary, but when I turned 18 and became a hero I realized something. I realized that everything was ridiculously easy. Way easier than it should have been. I apprehended villains left and right, and saved civilians dozens at a time, and shot up through the rankings in record time. I looked around at the other top heroes and saw that these people hadn't been made to give up everything for heroics. They were doing great deeds and saving people while still getting to live their lives and do other things. I had been taught that to be a hero was to devote every fiber of your being and your heart and soul to training and working for the greater good, but I saw that other heroes weren't required to do that. It was frustrating and infuriating that I had been made to give up so much and push myself so far past my limits when no one else had. I was so filled with resentment and anger. Then one day, about a year after my debut, I was pulling civilians out of an apartment building on fire. I had this guy in my arms and was flying him down, when another hero on scene made some offhand joking comment about how hard I was working. I laughed it off, but the guy I was carrying had a skin contact empathy quirk. He felt the anger and resentment that I was hiding from everyone else. Turns out he was a therapist, and I've been seeing him at least once a month ever since. I still feel angry and I still resent my handler and trainers, but those feelings don't consume me anymore. I can acknowledge that the way I was raised and trained was wrong and incredibly harmful. I hate to think of the kind of mindset I would have if I hadn't been able to work through my feelings. There were a few minutes of silence as Izuku took in everything Hawks had said and gathered his own thoughts. "I'm so sorry, Hawks. That's so awful." Izuku sniffled. "How could they do that to you?" "Well, they are a massive government agency. Also, I'm pretty sure that there's almost no communication between different branches of the Hero Commission. I don't think many people outside of those directly involved in the program and the commission president herself know the details. Everyone else thinks it's just a way to give kids with heroic potential a bit of extra training and help them become the best heroes they can be. They have no idea how extreme the training was, or how much control the handlers and trainers had over us." "Us? So there were other kids there with you?" "No, I was the only one there all the time. There were other kids that came and went, but they were mostly kids with good quirks and parents who wanted them to be heroes. I'm not sure, but I got the impression that they were paying for the extra training. They would show up Monday through Friday for a month in the summer, and sometimes on weekends throughout the year so the training wouldn't interfere with school, I guess. We didn't really talk to each other. We sparred or trained in groups and there wasn't time for socializing. Even though it was rough, most of them seemed to want to be there. As far as I know, I'm the only one that ever lived in the commission facility full-time. I'm the only one that they had complete control over. I'm so glad you got away from them." "Well, I didn't exactly." Hawks saw Izuku's brows furrow in confusion and concern. "I mean, technically I am an independent adult and all, but I still have a handler who checks in and makes sure that I'm living up to the expectations they've set for me. I made the top 10 and then number 3 hero in record time, so they don't have too much to criticize, but they still constantly push for me to do better. They schedule interviews and photo shoots for me if I don't keep up with that stuff myself and review my work for mistakes. If my handler thinks I'm slacking or if I messed up, they call me in for extra training." "Can't you just not go?" Izuku asked hesitantly. "I could, but they wouldn't let me go that easily. I don't push it because it's really not that bad." Hawks could tell that Izuku wanted to object, but he continued explaining quickly. "I almost never mess up enough to get called in. Usually, I just get a nasty phone call. I act like the extra training is harder than it is so they don't up the difficulty and I pretend to be all ashamed and contrite when I get yelled at. They had me trained in acting and I'm very good at it. Besides, they've proven that they aren't above doing unethical and illegal things to achieve what they want, so I figure letting them think they have me right where they want me is my best option. As things are, I can go about my life how I want for the most part. I just have to keep being a flawless hero in public, which is fine. I actually do love saving people and being a hero. I just hate the way I was trained and forced to do it." Never mind." Izuku mumbled. "Can you what, kid? I was just wondering what your real name is and if I can maybe call you that?" Izuku's gaze was focused on his own fingers nervously plucking at the fabric of the pillow in his lap. "Kigo Takami," Hawks said with a soft smile. "No one is supposed to know. But I want you to. My father had a bird mutation. I got my wings from him. That's why my handler didn't want anyone to know my name. He didn't want anyone to make the connection between me and my criminal father. It would be bad for my image. And yeah, I think I'd like it if you called me Kigo. No one has used that name in a very long time." "Kigo Takami." Izuku mumbled quietly to himself. "Kigo, Keikun." Izuku flushed pink in embarrassment. Sorry, that's probably not, I shouldn't just assume dash. "No worries, kid. You can call me Keikun." Hawks laughed, smiling warmly. "I'd really like that actually." Izuku smiled, looking back up at Hawks. "So I think you can understand after all of that, why I am still angry sometimes about the way I've been treated, yeah?" Izuku nodded thoughtfully as Hawks circled back to what they had been talking about in the kitchen. But I don't let that make me mean or cruel. I try to deal with that anger in a healthy and productive way, like I learned to in therapy. Being angry and acting aggressive or cruel are two different things. One is a feeling that happens to everyone, the other is a choice. There is nothing inherently wrong with anger. The problem is how some people act on that feeling in a way that hurts other people. Hawks let Izuku think on that for several moments. I guess that makes sense. Izuku said quietly. I never thought about it like that. It always seemed like anger itself is harmful, but if you can be angry without hurting anyone or being mean, how would you do that? Didn't your therapist discuss that with you? That is a big part of what they're supposed to do, help you work through difficult emotions in a healthy way. Maybe? I think? I might not have been listening that well because I didn't want to accept the idea that I was angry or that anger was okay. Izuku said sheepishly. Well, therapy only works if you want it to. The best therapist in the world can't help you if you refuse to let them. How about you go into your next session with a more open mind and see what ideas and tips she has for you? Hawks nudged him gently and reassuringly with the tip of one wing. Okay, Keikun. The use of that name made Hawks feel all warm and fuzzy inside. He blamed that feeling and the extremely emotional talk that they just had for the noise that he made next. Hawks' eyes went wide in shock. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Izuku said excitedly, his voice full of wonder. Yeah, I haven't chirped in years. I thought I'd lost all my instinctive vocalizations. That was something my handler disapproved of and trained me out of doing. Hawk's eyes were misty, but he was smiling. I didn't think I could get that part of me back. Kigo and Izuku stayed in the comfort of the nest the rest of the night. Kigo sent his feathers to raid the kitchen for junk food and they cuddled together and watched trashy reality TV until they fell asleep, wrapped in Kigo's wings. Kigo was suspicious. He eyed the cafe warily from where he was perched atop a building down the street. He'd already circled the block and researched the cafe's history and ownership. No red flags so far, but still, he was suspicious. Small Might had asked him to meet up at this cafe before they headed over to the commission for the meeting. He said that he wanted to buy Hawks a coffee and have a quick talk. Hawks didn't trust it. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the scraggly blonde mop of Small Might's hair weaving through the pedestrian traffic. He watched the number one hero in his shrunken form step into the cafe and scan the room. Hawks had slipped a few feathers into the building discreetly to listen for any suspicious activity. He really hoped that this wasn't a setup to threaten him or somehow stop him from outing All Might to the commission, but a hero can never be too careful, especially when going against someone with as much power and influence as All Might. He was practically a god in some people's eyes, and most everyone would look the other way if he asked under the assumption that he was always acting righteously for the greater good. So while most people would think Hawks was being paranoid and overly cautious, Hawks knew that he was in a precarious and dangerous position until he could get All Might in front of the board of directors and the commission president. At that point, silencing him wouldn't matter anymore. Hawks focused on the chatter his feathers hidden in the cafe were picking up as he watched Small Might through the large front windows. Small Might scanned the room. Hawks could see some of the tension leave the man as he saw that Hawks wasn't there yet. Hawks' eyes narrowed as Small Might gave a very unsubtle nod to a dark-haired man in a tan trench coat and then sat in the booth next to that man's table. Small Might propped his elbows up on the table, folding his hands in front of his mouth to disguise the fact that he was talking to the other man. Thank you for this, Tsukachi. Small Might kept his eyes on the door. I do hope that this whole thing is some kind of misunderstanding, but I need to know for sure before I follow young Hawks anywhere. Hawks rolled his eyes at being called young again. It was so damn patronizing. He was, however, slightly impressed that All Might had even considered that he was being tricked or trapped by Hawks. It looked like the incompetent idiot did have one or two brain cells rattling around in his overinflated head. Hawks did a quick search for the name Tsukachi as he continued to listen in on the cafe. Of course, Yagi, if Hawks intends to put you in danger, I'll arrest him number 3 hero or not. That little snippet quickly confirmed the man's identity. Hawks scanned the man's info. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi of the Muzutafu Police Department. Quirk, lie detector. He can tell when a person lies. Hawks had scouted the area and the cafe enough that he was fairly sure that there were no additional officers or heroes waiting to ambush him on All Might's behalf. There was only the one detective ready to listen in and confirm whether Hawks was lying about his intentions. Hawks shook the tension out of his wings before gliding down to the sidewalk. There wasn't really a way for Hawks to disguise himself without either looking even more suspicious or by getting rid of his feathers, which he wasn't willing to do. So he didn't. He walked down the sidewalk, greeting fans and posing for selfies. By the time he got to the cafe's front doors, he was quite sure that Small Might had heard the commotion and knew that he was here. Hawks walked in, greeting the cafe staff and posing for a few more photos. He strolled up to the counter and ordered a small coffee that he had no intention of drinking. Can't be too careful when you're blackmailing the #1 hero, after all. He refused to even acknowledge Small Might until he had the coffee in hand. Finally, he strolled over to the booth where Small Might was fidgeting anxiously. Yo. He greeted nonchalantly, standing at the end of the booth. Hawks. Small Might acted as though he hadn't been eyeing him impatiently ever since the other hero walked in. Please sit. He gestured to the other side of the booth. Booths like this aren't really wing-friendly. Oh, I'm sorry. I hadn't thought about that. To his credit, the man did seem genuine. We can move to a table instead, he said as he stood. Sure. Hawks turned to the man in the tan trench coat. How about this table? Assuming, of course, that Detective Tsukachi doesn't mind. There was a moment of stunned silence from both men. Hawks didn't bother hiding his smug smile as he set his coffee cup on the detective's table and then twirled one of the chairs around backwards and plopped down. He rested his forearms across the back of the chair and raised his eyebrows at the still frozen detective and hero. Well, have we met before? The detective asked hesitantly. Nope. Hawks replied cheerfully. Excuse me, but perhaps we shouldn't bother the detective. I'm sure he'd like to enjoy his coffee in peace, and we have some private things to discuss. But wouldn't it be so much easier for the good detective to listen in on our conversation if we talk right here at his table? Hawks let Small Might sputter while he kept his eyes on the detective. Tsukachi looked shocked, but didn't attempt to deny anything. Kamanyagi, sit down. How do you know that name? The detective asked harshly. Did you know that my feathers can pick up vibrations and translate that into sound? Hawks slowly and deliberately recalled a feather from where it had been hovering beneath an unoccupied table nearby. It gave a showy twirl before slotting back into his wing. He didn't recall or reveal the half-dozen other feathers scattered across the cafe. You were spying on me? Small Might took a seat next to the detective. Duh. He gave the other hero a flat look. I needed to know I wasn't walking into a trap to silence me. Small Might had the nerve to look slightly offended. Clearly you didn't trust me either. Hawks gave a pointed look at the detective. I don't understand how you could think so lowly of me. I would never attack another hero, even to keep my secret. Contrary to what you've convinced the country and yourself apparently, you are just a guy with a strong quirk and a license to use it. Being a hero doesn't mean you're automatically a good person. Plenty of heroes use their power and influence to do all kinds of nasty things. Small Might seemed stunned, as if the idea of heroes abusing their power was a new and alarming concept to him. I'm sure that's not the case. Heroes are enforcers of justice and righteousness. Hawks wanted to roll his eyes as the other hero's voice filled with pride. I could name 4 heroes off the top of my head that are involved in the drug trade, and another 3 who have intentionally arrested innocent people. Nonsense. That can't be right. Ask Detective Lie Detector. He's not lying. Tsukachi confirmed hesitantly. Small Might paled. Then why haven't you arrested them? Evidence. Hawks stated simply. In order to arrest a hero, you need irrefutable evidence. It's not enough that I've seen or overheard it. They can spin it into one hero trying to sabotage another's reputation if it ever even made it that far. Sometimes the commission deems it too damaging to the public to let that kind of thing get out. The PR department sweeps a lot of hero scandals under the rug. Surely that's not. Small Might turn to Tsukachi wanting him to confirm that Hawks was lying. I'm sorry. He's telling the truth. The detective was distressed but resigned. So, shall we get in with the unofficial and not nearly as sneaky as you intended interrogation? Hawks smirked at the two men. Tsukachi took a deep breath, looking to Small Might, who seemed to be in a state of internal crisis. Well, Tsukachi began, apparently deciding to proceed while Small Might struggled to get a grip. I suppose the first question I'd like to ask is, do you intend to harm All Might in any way? I don't intend to cause any serious harm to All Might. Hawks confirmed after a moment. Tsukachi noticed the pause and the slight change in wording. Before he could ask for clarification, Hawks continued. I might want to punch him and cause him mild to moderate distress, but I wouldn't seriously harm the guy. I'm just trying to do what's best for the people of Japan. Him keeping this secret and not preparing for the inevitable outcome puts the safety of thousands of civilians at risk. He wanted to play number one hero a little longer, and now it's getting too late for him to ease the public into the idea of a world without All Might. It has to be done for the good of everyone, and if he can't see past his own ego, then I'm willing to force him to do this. The detective looked contemplative. I see, he said quietly. The questions continued, but they were clearly just a formality. Hawks could tell that he'd given the detective a lot to think about. Small Might remained quiet throughout. Hawks. Small Might finally spoke just as they were wrapping up. You seem to have a very negative opinion of me. Is there a question in there somewhere? Have I offended you in some way? You mean besides being an incompetent, egotistical idiot? Hawks met the other hero's gaze unflinchingly as he insulted the man. Small Might winced, rubbing the back of his neck and looking away. Why, yes, besides that. Yes. Hawks stood, ignoring the look of surprise of Small Might's face as he threw away his untouched coffee. What did Dash? No, all humor and teasing was gone, and he gave the number one hero his coldest glare. I will not tell you what it was so you can fix it. There is no fixing it. Someone I care about very much almost died because of your carelessness. Small Might looked stricken. I'm tolerating you because it's necessary, but that's it. Once we're done, we're done. I'll be very happy to never speak with you again. Now let's go get this over with. They promptly said their goodbyes to the solemn and obviously conflicted detective and made their way to the commission. Hawks didn't say another word to Small Might the entire way there. Chiaki Shiratori eyed the building in front of her distastefully. She had spent the last couple of weeks doing extensive interviews and research on the Aldra school system. She and her law team had combed through all of the available records and spoken with previous students and employees. The discrimination alone was irrefutable and barely hidden, but that wasn't all. In a lucky break, Shiratori had found that nearly all of the members of the school board had connections to organizations that supported the teachings of Destro and Quirk supremacists. As several police cars pulled into the parking lot where she was waiting, Shiratori stepped out of her car. She walked over to the police detective in charge of the case and handed him the relevant files to look over her new discoveries. Detective Tsukachi. She greeted. Ms. Shiratori, he acknowledged with a respectful nod. He quickly scanned over the new documents before closing the file and handing it back. Are you ready to take them all down today? She asked. Absolutely. It's a clear-cut case with an abundance of evidence. He seemed relieved. I wish everything was so simple. He muttered quietly to himself. Pardon? Sorry. He sighed. It's been a rough day. I just came from a meeting about an extremely complicated situation. Both sides believed they were doing the right thing, and I don't know who was right. Well, as you said, this one is simple and clear-cut. Right. He affirmed, regaining some of his determination. Let's get started. He gathered up the officers and they all marched toward the school building. Shiratori went back to her car. She wasn't needed for this part, but she couldn't resist watching as the principal and several teachers were marched out to the police cars in handcuffs. Several were sobbing and the principal was red-faced from shouting indignantly at the police that this was all a big mistake. She smiled as he was shoved unceremoniously into the back of a police car. On her way back to the office, she picked up a selection of pastries for her staff. The job wasn't done by any means, but today was an excellent first step and it deserved a minor celebration. All for One straightened his tie. He may need to wear a ridiculous apparatus to leave his medical equipment, But that was no reason not to look presentable, even if the only people who were going to see him would likely not live past today. He summoned Kurogyari. Appearances were important. They set the tone and the expectations for the other party. If All for One requested a meeting and arrived in a sleek black car wearing a nice suit and in the company of a single subordinate, all of those carefully curated details gave the other party reassurance that this was a business transaction that they could walk away from in good standing. They would feel relatively safe in his presence. It was all an illusion, of course, and ripping that illusion away was often a great source of amusement for the king of the underworld. He stepped into a simple but tastefully decorated meeting room in the Shai Hasaikai's home compound with Kurogyari at his side. They had wanted this meeting to take place on more neutral ground, but All for One had politely insisted on meeting at their home base. The new head of the family was smart enough not to refuse him outright, even though he clearly wanted to. As they went through the formalities and greetings, All for One appraised the new head of the Shai Hasaikai and the subordinates that he chose to bring to the meeting. He had heard, of course, about the sudden and frankly suspicious illness of the previous leader of this group and about Overhaul, the young but brutal new leader who inspired both fear and complete loyalty from his followers. It reminded All for One a great deal about his own methods, however that small amount of respect wouldn't save him. All for One's predatory smile went unseen beneath the specially made medical support mask he wore as he assessed the Yakuza thugs surrounding Overhaul. There were 9 men arranged behind their boss, all dressed in muted colors and masks. It was clear that they were all top members or fighters for the organization. All for One could only hope that their quirks were worth his trouble. All for One had several quirk sensing and appraising quirks he'd collected over the years. They varied in strength and usefulness, but altogether they gave him a good sense for the quirks of the people around him. He activated them now and went down the line of Yakuza. There was Overhaul, of course. His quirk could disassemble and reassemble matter. Hand-based. Touch activated. All for One didn't bother to remember the names of the other goons, only their quirks. There was one that slowed movement. It was activated by the touch of some mutated hair. Interesting, but not that powerful. A puppeteer quirk stood next to him, able to possess and control objects. Possibly quite useful. A dizziness-causing quirk. A quirk that could take items from someone else. A life force draining quirk. A strength and speed enhancer, focused on the arms. A quirk that grew crystal structures from the user's skin. A quirk that allowed for the consumption and digestion of anything. Then there were the 2 that he immediately knew he'd be taking. A quirk that forced the target to truthfully answer a question. That would be incredibly useful. The other was a shield quirk which All for One thought would be a perfect quirk for the Nomu he would commission the doctor to create for his son. After all, until Izuku could properly defend himself, the Nomu would have to be able to keep him safe. All for One kept up the pretense of his visit, appearing to listen avidly to Overhaul's quirk erasing drug scheme, but truthfully he was busy considering the best combination of quirks for his son's guardian/guard Nomu. The shield one, definitely, and maybe the strength enhancer and the crystal one. That would be good for offense and defense. Then the puppet one, so he could possess something small and stay with Izuku without being obtrusive most of the time. Any more than that and its cognitive abilities would be nearly 0, so those should do nicely to provide a balance of offensive and defensive ability and a harmless way to contain Izuku if he takes time to come around to the right way of thinking while still keeping a low level of intelligence. Honestly, Kai Chisaki, All for One spoke, interrupting the tail end of Overhaul's explanation about how he intended to sell quirk-erasing bullets to villains and the cure to the heroes. I have no interest in funding or assisting you in your endeavors. This entire meeting was merely pretense. He watched in amusement as the Yakuza thugs tensed and tried to subtly edge themselves into position to defend their boss. Overhaul's cold golden eyes narrowed and All for One could sense the murderous aura coming off of the man. Excuse me? All for One thought it was cute. Overhaul was like a kitten puffed up and hissing at a panther. He grinned behind his mask, allowing his own ominous aura to flood the room as he stood from the sofa he'd been casually reclining on. He felt the thugs flinch and their terror was delicious. His aura swelled, the pressure of his overpowered presence suffocating in the room that suddenly felt awfully small as the thugs struggled to breath, let alone stand against him. Even Overhaul was stiff and motionless, feeling the fear of prey before a predator. He refused to flinch or tremble as his compatriots did, no doubt through stubbornness alone. However, his golden irises were dilated in fear, and All for One was fairly certain that he'd stopped breathing for several seconds. All for One chuckled darkly as Overhaul fought his terror enough to stand on legs that almost didn't shake. "Nemoto, ask him why he's here." Overhaul choked out. "Why did you come here?" The man with the fascinating force truth quirk managed to gasp out in a trembling breath. All for One didn't fight as the quirk pulled the truth from his lips. After all, none of these people would live to tell anyone what they heard. "I came here because I was informed that there were interesting and powerful quirks to be had, and I needed to add some to my collection because I am planning to make a Nomo for my son." Nomu are genetically engineered monsters with multiple quirks that an associate of mine assists me in creating. I will be taking my son from his mother soon, and he needs a protector and someone to keep him from trying to run off when he finds out exactly who I am. We haven't seen each other in a long time, and he is under the impression that I am an ordinary businessman. He'll need a babysitter or a prison cell to keep him from getting to the heroes when he learns what I really am, and I would prefer the babysitter. "So you're here to steal our quirks?" Overhaul growled. "Not all of them. Some of your quirks are weak and useless. One for All used a combination of telekinetic quirks, mental disorientation quirks, and a few transformation and emitter quirks to pin each of the Yakuza thugs to the floor and walls in harmless positions in only a matter of seconds. It happened so quickly that they didn't even see him move." Overhaul himself was gritting his teeth to bear the pain of the two large bone spikes that All for One had shoved through his wrists to pin his dangerous hands to the floor face up. All for One straightened his tie, humming in satisfaction as he gazed around the room at the thugs all pinned like bugs in display cases. He stepped over Overhaul's panting and squirming form to get to the man with the question quirk who was thrashing frantically. A quickly hardening sticky gray goo had glued his hands and legs to the wall. He ignored the struggling and shouting of the other thugs as he ripped the beaked mask from this thug's face. Ignoring the terrified eyes and panicked pleading, All for One placed his hand over the man's face and used his quirk to pull. The man shrieked in pain and distress before slumping unconscious against the wall. All for One hummed happily, taking a few moments to get a feel for his new quirk before activating it. He turned to Overhaul. "Are there any more interesting or powerful quirks here?" Overhaul's furious golden eyes narrowed at him, but he couldn't stop himself from answering. "All of the most useful and powerful quirks are in this room except for one. The old boss's granddaughter's quirk is called Rewind. It lets her reverse time on living things. Her quirk is so unique and powerful that it's the base for the quirk erasing bullets." All for One paused, deep in thought. The implications of that were astounding. Her quirk could heal him. He definitely needed that one. How does her quirk work exactly? A horn on the side of her forehead stores up energy over time that she activates through touch to reverse time on a living thing. She can't use it on herself, and she is unable to turn it off by herself because she is scared of her own power and panics when it activates. Can't use it on herself, He frowned. How good is her control? Non-existent. I made sure that she hates and fears her quirk so that she can't use it against me or my men, and so that she is easier to control. She is too terrified of her quirk to use it willingly, and she doesn't even know what it does, just that she hurts people. Well, that is inconvenient. Where is she? Overhaul explained how to get to the underground room where he kept the little girl, and All for One sent Kurojiri to fetch her. He briefly considered raising the little girl like he did Tamura, but he had so many things going on he really didn't need another side project. Teaching her to control and not fear her quirk would also likely take quite a while since Overhaul had admitted to intentionally giving her trauma over it. He quickly decided that the best course of action would be to take her quirk and give it to a Nomu and train the Nomu to use it. Nomu followed orders well and didn't panic or get emotional like people, so one could master the quirk and use it to heal him with very little risk of harming him. A dark warp gate manifested near the doorway, and a little girl with long silver hair in a faded off-white dress stepped through hesitantly. Kurojiri followed the girl with one misty hand guiding her forward. She was barefoot, wrapped in bandages, and kept her eyes on the floor as she stood there trembling. "Child." Even though All for One spoke in a low, soothing tone, the girl still flinched at being addressed. If he was a man who cared about justice and righteousness, he would be enraged at the abuse this innocent child had gone through. As it was, he was only mildly irritated at Overhaul's treatment of her. "Look at me, child." She slowly raised her head, bright red eyes filled with distressed tears. He saw the way her expression morphed from terror to shock as she saw the Yakuza men scattered around the room, all pinned down or confined in some way. As her gaze landed on the prone form of Overhaul, she flinched. He struggled against the spikes pinning him down, hissing as he jostled the sluggishly bleeding wounds. All for One's followed her gaze to the furious man who still seemed to think that he was going to get away somehow. "That's enough of that." All for One said mildly, stepping over to the man and bending down to place a hand over his face. "No!" shrieked one of his followers, but they were all powerless to stop All for One as he viciously ripped away Overhaul's quirk. Kai Chisaki let out a choked-off scream of agony before falling unconscious in a slowly growing puddle of his own blood. "Now then." He stood, dusting off his hands and ignoring the yelling and sobbing of various Yakuza men around the room as he turned back to the little girl. "What is your name, dear?" "Yeri," she squeaked out quietly, fidgeting with the bandages around her wrist. She looked up at him for only a split second before training her gaze back on the floor by her bare feet. "Well, Eri, I understand that you have a difficult quirk. I can fix that for you. Would you like that?" He could just take it, and he would if he needed to, but it was always easier if they didn't struggle, and he didn't want to deal with her high-pitched screaming if it came to that. "Really?" Her breathless whisper was filled with a hesitant hopefulness. "Will it hurt?" Her eyes darted over to the unconscious body of Kai Chisaki for a moment before returning to All for One. "Not if I'm careful." I saw no need to be careful with him. "My curse, I mean quirk," Eri corrected herself quickly, voice never rising above a low murmur, "hurts people. Can you make it not?" "I'm afraid I can't change the way someone's quirk works. I can, however, take your quirk away." In a rare moment of sympathy, no doubt inspired by knowing about some of what his son had been through, he made an offer that he usually wouldn't. "I can even give you a different one." "You can?" She looked up at him with pleading and hopeful eyes. "I can. Is that what you want, child?" He was pleased to see her nodding fervently. "What kind of quirk would you like to have?" He wasn't sure why he bothered asking when he didn't intend to go out and find anything special for her. It would be too much of a hassle. He shot a quick and calculating gaze around the room. Perhaps one that lets you take someone's energy to make yourself stronger? Or the ability to steal items from someone else? Or making someone slow down? "Can I?" She took a deep breath, fidgeting hesitantly. "Can I have one that won't hurt people?" she asked quietly. He hummed in thought for a moment. "Ah." His gaze settled on a Yakuza thug with long dark hair trapped in the corner. The man squeaked in fear at the villain's attention. "How about the ability to make people dizzy? Lots of people like being dizzy. They think it's fun." "Being dizzy is fun?" "Many people think so, yes." "I think I'd like that," she said quietly, her bright red eyes gazing hopefully up at him. All for One strode over to the panicking man. "How does your quirk work exactly?" "If I focus on someone, I can make them dizzy and completely throw off their balance. If I'm dizzy or my balance is off, my quirk gets stronger. It can affect as many people as I can focus on at a time, and the effects wear off gradually." All for One took the man's quirk without another word. He was careful this time, leaving the man limp but conscious in the corner just to demonstrate to the little girl that he could. He stepped around Chisaki to get back to Eri and knelt down next to her tiny form. "Are you ready?" He raised his hand as she nodded. She scrunched her eyes shut and drew up her shoulders in fear as the hand reached for her. "It will be okay, child." He gently placed his hand on her head. Even though he was being gentle when he removed her quirk, her body was too weak and frail from Overhaul's abuse and she collapsed, unconscious. He caught the child before she hit the ground, one hand still pressed to her forehead as he replaced Rewind with the dizziness quirk. Her limp body weighed almost nothing. He cradled the child in his arms as he stood. "Kurogyri." "Yes, master?" He was at All for One's side instantly. "Hold this for me." Despite his dehumanizing words, the girl was passed gently into Kurojire's arms. Yes, master. Kurojire stepped back out of the way with the child. All for one made his way around the room, plucking the quirks he wanted from struggling and wailing men. By the time he'd collected all that he wanted, there were only 3 men left who still had their quirks. A blond man in a plain black beak mask and a man with a sack on his head were both sniveling and shaking. The third man was perfectly still, splayed out on his back behind a sofa across the room from Chisaki. His white hooded coat and full face mask made him hard to read, but one of All for One's many quirks was an empathic sense. He could feel the fear from the 2 crying thugs, but the main emotion from this last man was anger. All for One knelt down and stared into the expressionless mask. He felt the man's anger spike. This wasn't personal, you know. You simply had something I wanted. You'll pay for this. The man hissed lowly. All for One chuckled darkly in response as he stood and turned his back on the man. He easily sensed that the man's intent to attack him and gave him the perfect opening. As expected, the man's arrow-like hair shot towards his unprotected back. All for One spared barely a thought towards slicing through the hair with a razor air quirk before it could reach him. The locks fluttered harmlessly to the ground. Tsk. That was rude. He scolded teasingly. Fuck you. On one wall of the meeting room was a cabinet holding high-end alcohol. All for One strolled over to it and rifled through the contents. He pulled out 4 bottles of high-proof liquor and began splashing them around the room haphazardly. The blond man immediately understood what was about to happen and started wailing loudly. Hush. All for One said dispassionately. He waved his hand casually, using the razor air quirk to slice through the man's neck. His wailing tapered off to gurgling as vibrant red blood cascaded down his front. You. He turned to the man with the sack on his head, who flinched at the attention, but stayed silent. You're behaving so you get to choose. Quick death or slow. On the last word, he pointedly held up the bottle of vodka he'd been splashing around. Quick. His resigned voice was barely audible. Smart choice. All for One hummed approvingly. In an instant, there was a large spike protruding from the man's chest. He barely had time to blink down at the foreign object piercing his chest cavity in surprise before it was being ripped out again. All for One walked away without acknowledging the man's last gasping breath. All for One circled the room, dispatching the Yakuza men dispassionately with a variety of quirks. He wanted the end result to look like a violent conflict with a rival group so that the police wouldn't look too closely. He saved Chisaki and the angry man for last. Stay away from him. The man in the white coat roared, thrashing violently as All for One approached Chisaki. All for One had used a quirk that created an unbreakable bond between the man's clothing and the floor, so the man could struggle all he wanted but he wasn't going anywhere. All for One could sense the rage, terror, and desperation that the man felt, and buried under all of that was a whisper-thin thread of love. Either unrequited or unconfessed if All for One had to guess judging by the yearning edge to the feeling. Now. He scolded from where he stood over Chisaki. Don't you want him to have the mercy of a quick and painless death? No. You can't. He cried desperately. All for One flicked his wrist, causing the sofa to skid several feet across the room so that it no longer blocked the man from view. I can. All for One manifested another spike and with his gaze never leaving the struggling man across the room, he plunged it straight through Chisaki's throat. There was a wet, stuttering breath, then a series of gasping coughs that splattered thick globs of blood over Chisaki's lips and chin. Then stillness. All for One watched the other man go rigid before letting out an animalistic scream of grief and rage. He stepped over Chisaki's body and casually strolled over the heaving and sobbing man. He stared down at the pathetic creature for a moment before emptying the last third of the vodka over him and tossing the bottle away carelessly. It skidded and bounced off the wall, shattering on the leg of the coffee table and showering the broken man in broken glass. Kurojire, let's go. As All for One and Kurojire took their leave with the still unconscious little girl, the villain summoned a ball of fire in his right hand and tossed it over his shoulder into the middle of the room. With a quiet whoosh, the fire caught, racing across the alcohol-soaked floor and furniture. The last man still alive in a room full of corpses screamed in agony as the fire reached him. Izuku stepped out of the therapist's office and straight into a wall of muscle. EP. Sorry. Izuku fluttered his arms about frantically as his gaze traveled up and up and up, to the masked face and sliver-white hair of Mizo Shoji. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Shoji-san. Don't worry. He gave the impression that he was smiling under his mask. It's Takami, right? Yeah. I am surprised you remembered. Well, we don't get new students in the correspondence course very often. You're memorable. Oh, I don't know about that. He reached up to rub the back of his neck, his face going pink. I don't think I'm particularly memorable. He mumbled. Not nearly as memorable as the tall, handsome, muscular, multi-armed teen in front of him, anyway. The pink on his cheeks darkened and he shook his head, trying to clear away those bothersome thoughts. Anyway, what are you doing here? Never mind. That was probably rude of me. No, it's fine. Imagine that I'm here for much the same reason as you. He gestured to the next door over in the hallway they were standing in. It was another therapist's office according to the plaque on the door. Oh. Izuku's voice went from stressed and frantic to soft and gentle. I'm so sorry. Why? It's just, Izuku twiddled his thumbs, looking away. I know that the reason I'm in therapy isn't nice, so I figured that if you're in therapy too, something not very nice must have happened to you. Shoji hummed thoughtfully. I suppose you could say that. Really, it's more like years of not very nice things, but a lot of it isn't malicious or intentional. People tend to find my appearance frightening. Even if it's not malicious or intentional, Izuku's eyes lit up in compassionate understanding. Quirk discrimination really sucks. He said vehemently, Do you want to go to a cafe with me? Are you asking me out? How bold. No. Oh God, no. Not that I wouldn't want to. I just didn't mean it that way. I meant as friends. Not that I'd assume you'd want to be my friend. I didn't mean as a date, even though you're really attractive. Izuku devolved into incoherent mumbling as he buried his bright red face in his hands. I'd like that. Shoji interrupted Izuku's mumbling when it didn't look like it would taper off. Huh. Izuku raised his tomato-red face to look at Shoji in shock. I'd like to go to a cafe with you. As friends. That sounds nice. Cool. Izuku gave a tentative smile. So, can I ask about your quirk? It's just that I've noticed that it's not just extra limbs, is it? There is some kind of transformative aspect to them too, isn't there? Sorry if that seems rude. You don't have to answer. I just find quirks really fascinating. He rambled as they headed out to the cafe. No, you're right. Shoji held out one hand and then morphed it into a mouth. That mouth then explained that he could replicate body parts on the ends of his extra arms, but that he usually kept them as extra hands in public because it looks less unsettling. Whoa! Izuku's bright green eyes glittered with awe. That's so amazing! And so useful! Your quirk is incredible, Shoji-san. Izuku didn't notice Shoji's freeze in surprise for a moment at all of the effusive praise. That's very kind of you. I don't think so. It's just the truth. You could do so much good with your quirk. You'd be an amazing hero. If you wanted to, that is. I do, actually. Really? That's amazing. With your quirk, I'm sure you'll be great. You are one of the few who think so, then. My old therapist kept trying to talk me out of it. I just started seeing a new one. They chatted about heroes and therapists as they walked. Izuku did most of the talking. He could go on long involved tangents if no one stopped him. Shoji commented occasionally, but he was content to mostly listen. They were seated at the cafe and had started on their lunch before Shoji brought up the question that Izuku had been avoiding. So, is your quirk analysis, or something like that? No. Izuku wanted to skip right past the question, but he knew it would have to be answered eventually. He guessed it was better to do it now anyway. Rip off the band-aid. I don't have a quirk. There was a moment of silence from both boys. Izuku tried to breathe evenly and not tense up too much. Maybe it would be okay. He didn't really believe that, but it was better than thinking about the inevitable awkward end to this otherwise enjoyable lunch. It would have been nice to have a friend. That's why you said quirk discrimination sucks, huh? People can be awful to those that are different. Yeah. Izuku breathed out a soft sigh of relief. He smiled at Shoji, his eyes misting over with happy tears. Shoji smiled back with a mouth on the end of one of his arms. With that reveal finally out of the way, Izuku could finally enjoy his first outing with a friend in years. After lunch, they exchanged phone numbers and Izuku was thrilled to add a contact to the very short list in his phone. I want a gun. Hawks choked, spraying a mist of coffee across the countertop. He had to spend several moments coughing and sputtering to clear his airway and get his breath back while Izuku fluttered about frantically feeling terribly guilty but unable to do anything to help. Come again. Hawks says, Izuku hesitated, having lost some of his assertiveness. I want to learn how to use a gun and get licensed to carry one as a hero. Any particular reason why? Hawks used several feathers fetch paper towels to clean up the coffee mess. Because. Izuku took a deep breath, mentally preparing to run through his well-thought-out and researched plan. He began again with more confidence. Because I need to be skilled in a long-range weapon and guns are very effective. There is a negative stigma associated with guns, but I'll already be seen in a negative light because of my quirklessness, so it doesn't make sense to reject an effective weapon because of that. I also need to be as proficient as possible before taking a gun out into the field, so starting now makes the most sense. Also, rubber bullets and sedative rounds can be used instead of traditional bullets to reduce the chance of lethal hits. If I'm going to be an effective hero, I need to take every advantage I can get, and a gun is a big advantage, don't you think? He was slightly apprehensive as he looked up to Hawks. You've put a lot of thought into this, haven't you? Yeah. I have to. Izuku said solemnly. Everything I do is going to be criticized. I have to be aware of that and ready to defend my decisions and live with the backlash and quirkist hate disguised as logic and facts. They will call me weak and incompetent and say I shouldn't be allowed to have a gun, ignoring the heroes like Snipe who also have guns, or any number of heroes whose quirks are way more dangerous and difficult to aim and control than a gun. Izuku sighed, gaze fixed on the storm clouds drifting over the city as he sipped his morning coffee by the windows. People will hate me and want me to fail no matter what I do. They will hear the word quirkless, and that is the only thing that will matter to some of them. There's no point in trying to avoid scandal or bad press, not for me, so I want to take every advantage I can get regardless of how it will be seen or looked down on. I'm really proud of you. Hawks laid a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. The boy's bright green eyes looked questioningly up at Hawks. I'm sure that was a hard choice to make. Not so hard. Izuku shook his head. I want to save people. Being popular or well-liked isn't important. It was also never going to be an option for me. I don't know about that. Hawks had a contemplative look on his face. Plenty of people will like you anyway because you were brave enough to go against the odds. But there may be a way to get ahead of some of the quirkist bullshit. Izuku made a questioning sound. It'll take some thought and planning, but the media is actually pretty easy to manipulate if you know what you're doing. Hawks gave Izuku a bright grin. Don't worry about it for now. We'll figure something out. About the gun, though, I think you're right. It's a good decision. Really? His wide green eyes were uncertain. Yeah, good. Not that you need my approval, but I think it's a good choice for a long-range weapon. Izuku sighed in relief. They finished their coffees while chatting about Izuku's progress in his classes. Hawks smiled proudly at Izuku as he recounted winning every spar in his last Muay Thai class. The fond smile persisted as he listened to Izuku ramble about the problems he was having with programming in his tech class, and his frustration about failing to land a particularly challenging jump he'd been practicing for parkour. You know, I think now that you've got some basic skills it might be time for some one-on-one training with me. Hawks said casually just as Izuku took a long drink from his blue and purple galaxy print mug. As expected, Izuku sputtered and choked on the coffee. Vengeance is mine. Hawks grinned. Izuku shot him a playful glare, wiping a dribble coffee off his chin with the back of his hand. They bickered back and forth for a few more minutes before Hawks had to start getting ready to leave for his agency. I'll schedule some time in the agency training room for us next week, okay? Sounds good. Izuku smiled brightly. So, what are you working on today? Drones. Drones. Yep, drones. Assembly, disassembly, programming, etc. You sound entirely too happy about that. Hawks squinted at him suspiciously. Let's just say that I am very interested in the underutilized capabilities of modern drones. If I can get a better understanding of basic drones, then I can start planning alterations and additions. Infrared cameras and directional microphones for surveillance, tasers and net or BOLO guns for remote offense and capture, and maybe even some sort of harness or stirrup or platform that could attach and detach from a series of drones and allow them to be used as a vehicle for flight. He looked a bit bashful as his ramble ended. I knew you'd figure out a way to fly. I haven't figured it out yet. Izuku objected. I will though. Eri woke slowly. The first thing she noticed was the smell. It smelled dirty. There was dust and smoke and other smells she couldn't identify. She inhaled deeply, relishing the lack of antiseptic and harsh chemical cleaners. She could hear the murmuring of voices that she didn't recognize, but they didn't sound angry. She let herself have a few more moments of breathing in the unsanitized air that she knew Chisaki wouldn't tolerate before blinking open her crimson eyes. The room was dimly lit. The dark wood and exposed brick walls made it seem even darker. Eri sat up slowly. She had been laying down across a booth seat in the back of the dim and dingy room. The table in front of her was scuffed and stained, and she stared at the imperfections. She dragged a finger across the surface and then looked at the dark smudge on her fingertip in wonder. What are you looking at? The raspy voice was right next to the table all of a sudden, and Eri flinched hard. She dropped her hands to her lap, clenching her first in the rough fabric of her dress. Nothing, sorry. She whimpered out, keeping her eyes downward. There was a moment of silence before the owner of the voice dropped down into the booth across from her. She looked up cautiously. The man had shaggy silvery light blue hair that hung in his face and red eyes with rough scarring around them and down his neck. He had another scar across his mouth. Her own crimson eyes widened in shock. Red eyes, silvery pale hair, scars. You look like me. She blurted out without thinking. Tamura was perplexed. When Sensei and Kurogyari had returned to the bar with a small unconscious girl, he'd wondered for a moment if this was another child of Sensei's that he hadn't been told about. Sensei had reassured him that she wasn't, then explained about the abusive Yakuza men experimenting on the child and how he had switched out her quirk. Why is she here? Tamura asked. Sensei had saved him years ago, but as far as Tamura knew, Sensei didn't go out of his way to save other people. Tamura still didn't know why he had been special enough to get saved. I need somewhere to keep her for a few days. Kurogyari can take care of her until I'm ready to send her on her way. He said dismissively. Sensei had Kurogyari portal him. Back soon after that. He said that he had a lot to discuss with the doctor. Tamura had eyed the unconscious child warily as he sat at the bar with Kurogyari. She was so tiny and fragile looking it made Tamura itch uncomfortably. He was so aware of her that he noticed immediately when her breathing changed. What are we supposed to do with some random little kid, Kurogyari? He eyed the still unmoving child as he downed the last of the glass of whiskey he'd poured himself as soon as Sensei left without the child. I will care for the child as all for one ordered. You need not concern yourself with the matter. I will ensure that she does not bother you, Tamura Shigaraki. Whatever. He grumbled. She better not be whiny and loud. If she is, I will take care of it. Kurogyari said firmly. All for One has ordered me to take care of the child, and that is what I will do. Tamura looked over as the girl finally sat up in the booth. He watched her stare at the table with an odd expression, then drag her finger across the surface. He knew that bar wasn't the cleanest, after all years of him using his quirk on random objects, and sometimes people in this room made dusting a never-ending chore. Kurogyari kept the bar and the area behind it clean daily, but the rest of the room only got swept and wiped down weekly. That left plenty of residual dust between cleanings, but it didn't explain why she was looking at the dust like it was the most amazing thing she'd ever seen. What are you doing, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogyari had a note of caution in his voice as Tamura stood. Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt the kid. He stalked over to the child. What are you looking at? He demanded. Up close, the child looked even smaller and more fragile. She had bandages wrapped around her far too thin arms and legs, and the ugly off-white dress she wore hung loosely of her delicate frame. She flinched at the sound of his voice, but kept her eyes on the floor as she apologized. He stared down at her trembling form, wondering why she said sorry. He's seen people tremble in fear before, of course. He'd even caused that reaction himself many times. This felt different. He didn't understand why, and he definitely had no idea how to make her stop, but just standing there looming over the child was obviously not helping, so he sat down across from her. The child looked up at him slowly. Her long pale grayish hair was tangled around a little horn on the side of her head, and her big red eyes were filled with apprehension as she took in his appearance for the first time. He knew he wasn't exactly handsome or nice to look at, but that didn't explain the odd look of shocked wonder in the child's eyes. "You look like me." Even in the child's excitement, she was quiet. Tamura blinked at the child in shock. He'd been prepared for fear or disgust, but not whatever this was. His mouth hung open, unable to find a response for that bizarre statement that she exclaimed with excitement. He looked over at Kurojiri, who was frozen in shock for a moment before looking back and forth between them. "You are," Kurojiri said reluctantly after a long pause, "not entirely wrong."